Alright, Htp family. So today we're gonna kick it with this Blood in My Eye by George Jackson. Alright. This is considered revolutionary literature, and I really wanna look into it. Now we're gonna skip over the preface. Alright, we're gonna jump to the first page. You're gonna see what I'm talking about. This is Blood in My Eye, George L. Jackson. He wrote this a few weeks before he was, I believe, killed. Dude's been in prison for most of his life, it seems, right? And this is pretty interesting. So I'm just going to skip through the preface. You can read it on your own, as you can see from the link below. Like in the link in the description, you can see the book for yourself. So it looks like August 21st, 1971, he was murdered in San Quentin. He's not a writer, as he says. He's not a writer. Apparently, at age 18, well, apparently he's been in and out of the law from 14 going on. Looks like at age 14, you can see he was arrested for stealing a purse. From then on, he was in a bunch of arrests, juvenile homes, paroles, more arrests. Eventually, he stole $70 from a gas station. He was told to confess to second-degree robbery, and they gave him 1 year to life, right? So I guess that's a range of between 1 year and life in prison. And then, of course, allegedly he meets Marx and Lenin and Trotsky. This is through literature. The turning point in life came when he started reading Marx, Lenin, Trotsky, Engels, and Mao. So there's going to be some leftist writing, right? Now, the thing that is really interesting is how, like essentially you're going to realize that this thing right here, stealing purses, stealing from gas stations, whereas it's contrasted to social order. Let's say it that way, right? It's contrasted to social order, and it's more in line with social disorder, right? Now, obviously, any society is going to have some sort of measures for social disorder, right? To claim it an injustice to lock away a person for social disorder is to kind of, confuse what's the point of a society, right? As to say that, yeah, maybe it's a lot easier for everybody to steal a purse. Maybe it's a lot easier for everybody to steal from gas stations, but what kind of society would that be? If they don't put away people or don't exile people who do steal from them or who do shirk their social order. So you're going to see a lot of that. It's a lot of, I would say, a misunderstanding of how societies are structured. And you might say, well, yeah, but this is Wazungu society. Yeah, well, that's the whole point. The fact that it is Wazungu society kind of bears down even harder why you would why the best thing for you to do is to repatriate. Because as long as you're in a Wazungu society, you're going to be in a Wazungu social, well, Wazungu is going to be responsible for the social order. You see? And as long as Wazungu is responsible for the social order, of course you're going to get screwed over. Because his order and your order are two different things, But, it is what it is. Yeah, you see me. I'm on the camera. Got the guns out, got the biceps out. All right. Calm down. All right. Anyway, so check this out. So, you skip through, he's talking about, now you see this, when convicts talk about him, they often use the term for real. Many inmates are murder mouths or self-will tickets. That means they're false, right? But they do a heavy talking. When it comes at the point of action, they disappear. But George, he doesn't. He shows up, he shows up for the fight. And obviously they give him, trouble for it. Now, I don't know, I think they give prisoners more trouble these days because he's able to write these letters out of prison. And the reality is that you couldn't even send, if you know a prisoner, you couldn't even send them the book Art of War because it deals with war. You know what I mean? You can't send them a fighting book because it deals with fighting. So the fact that he could have sent this out kind of speaks a lot to the transformation and the lack of naivete that America has today. But this is actually pretty disturbing right here. I'll show you this. This is from the preface. But they're telling you that he went to the infamous strip cells, and the strip cell is a 6x8 cell with no protection from wet weather. deprived of all items with which he might clean himself, forced to eat in the stench and filth caused by his own body waste, allowed to wash his hands only once every 5 days, and required to sleep on a stiff canvas mat placed directly on the cold canvas floor. So this is where he was for a lot of times. You know, it looks like 7 years. No. In various forms of solitary confinement, including, so not 7 years straight in this kind of area, but just imagine being in a small room, 6 by 8, and I guess that's feet, right? But so about as, a little bit taller than most people. No, actually, yeah. Well, 8 feet is taller, a lot taller than most people. But then eventually, like not too wide, obviously, because 6 feet is about the height of a normal or a fairly, like around the average height of a man. Uh, so yeah, he's in this small kind of space, and he has to sit with his human waste and eat around that. That's like, yeah, but that's what they could do, and like, why would anybody expect otherwise? Apparently, his brother decides to try to, his brother is also influenced by him and his revolutionary work, and so, or his revolutionary ideas, and so his brother, critiquing, I guess, Huey Newton in them, he's trying to do this as well. But I'm going to jump into the letter. Like I said, it's actually a pretty interesting preface. It's not really what you want to read, though. I mean, you could read it, but it's not as interesting as the book itself. So I'm going to just jump into the book, because apparently this letter is pretty damn long. Like, I don't know. He writes an 80-page letter outside of the prison system. Again, like I said, today you can't. And the contents of the letter is such that they wouldn't actually allow you to publish it. You know what I mean? You would just write it, and it would just be sitting on the desk of the prison system. I mean, maybe that's exactly what happened. I don't know, but or they just tear it up or something. I don't know. But all right, so it's blood in my eye. We must accept the eventuality, and look, this is what I'm saying. This is something that you have to understand. All right, so this is what the revolutionary, or quote unquote revolutionary, is looking for, which is, we must accept the eventuality of bringing the USA to its knees. Accept the closing off of critical sections of the city with barbed wire, armored pig carriers crisscrossing the streets, soldiers everywhere, Tommy guns pointed at stomach level, smoking, curling black against the daylight sky, the smell of cordite house-to-house searches, doors being kicked in, the commonness of death. So that's really what the revolutionary is looking for, and then you kind of see why it's not like massively appealing to a lot of people. You know, the extremism, or the extreme setting that he's presenting, of what would be fascist or police state, is something that's not really appealing to most people who are living in America. You know, particularly not just white people, obviously, but even black people who are a little bit better to do, a little bit well to do, or even generally anybody. Nobody really wants to live in a war zone or under a serious tyranny. And essentially, what he's saying is, hey, this is pretty much the objective. This is the goal. And of course, and this is the thing that we have to also understand. Like, whereas his prison is not comfortable, right? He's saying this from the quote unquote comfort of a prison, in the sense that, if you're in a prison, right? This is not actually better, but it's not, and it's not even close or relative, but you could kind of see that, hey, if this could bring about a social change for me, that's good, Whereas if you're not in a prison, like, let's say, if you could peep the background, I'm like in a home or something, right? You'll say, a dude living in his home, right, probably wouldn't want to trade that for, critical section, barbed wires, armored pig carriers crisscrossing the streets, soldiers everywhere, Tommy guns pointed at the stomach, smoke curling black against, the smell of cordite, house-to-house searches, doors being kicked in, the commonness of death. Like, that's kind of fantastical. Now, obviously, you might say, well, if we're revolutionaries, or we want to be revolutionaries, this is what we should look forward to. And it's like, yeah, technically, but again, Like you can own like again, that's a losing. This is like a loser's like no disrespect to George Jackson, but this is like a loser's view of revolution. You know what I mean? Because like if this is all happening to you, you kind of already lost. You know what I mean? Like I'll give you an example. The Maroons were revolutionaries. They didn't deal with barbed wire, armored pigs, you know, Tommy guns pointed at them and blah blah blah. And not because you know armored cars weren't a thing back then, but more because they separated. They made their own society and they kind of lived freely in their societies more or less. But basically what I'm saying is more so that there wasn't an actual police presence in their villages. You understand? There were invasions, there were attacks, there were so on and so forth. But in their own villages, they had absolute control. What this is pretty much not having absolute control. This is pretty much what happens when you lose, and it's just kind of like, you know, again, it's like the imagination of a prisoner, and you could kind of see that throughout the text. So we're gonna just jump into the text more so, and again, this is unbelievable because you know he wrote this letter outside of a prison. All right, let's go. Letter to a comrade. My sister has informed me of your release and the political education you have formed. From her words and your messages, I sense that we are still together. We've gone through approximately the same changes since they separated us. The confused flight to national revolutionary Africa, right? So you know the idea, and this is the thing again, the irony again, because as far as I understand, I don't think that he's actually went to Africa. I mean, I could be wrong, but like again, I only know him from this book and like 2 pages of this letter. But you know, he's saying the confused flight to national revolutionary Africa. So he's saying, you know, it'd be confusing to fly over to Africa, right? Which again, I think is actually the best thing to do. But he's dismissing it right off from jump. You know, this is the first paragraph. He's dismissing it from jump. Through the riot stage of revolutionary Black America, which is again another thing. And he says, we have finally arrived, and I agree that riot stage of revolutionary Black America doesn't even make any sense. Because again, it's going to be a white country whether you like it or not, for multiple reasons. And then he says, we have finally arrived at scientific revolutionary socialism with the rest of the colonial world. And so the colonial world are going to scientific revolutionary socialism, which would be the Marxism, right? I was hoping that you wouldn't get trapped in the riot stage like a great many other very sincere brothers. I have to browbeat them every day down here. They think they don't need ideology, strategy, or tactics. They think being a warrior is quite enough, and yet without discipline or direction, they'll end up washing cars or unclaimed bodies in the city streets' morgues. But I was almost certain that wouldn't be your destination, brother. So again, it's kind of an ironic, you know, it's kind of irony that he'll say, hey, you'll only end up washing cars or being unclaimed bodies in the morgue because he himself was just a prisoner who was killed. You know, like there was nothing, like nothing comes of, like except for this book, I suppose, but nothing really comes of this. I think he might have a kid. I'm not too sure, but that's pretty much, like that's really the equivalent of washing cars and ending up in the morgue. You know what I mean? Uh, that's the equivalent. So again, you know, revolutionary Africa is a whole different story. That a free Africa means for Black people that you have like you have Black politicians, you have Black businessmen, you have so on and so forth. Now, what Africa needs is to strengthen its economy, of course, strengthen its political system, of course, but obviously being beyond washing cars and being unclaimed bodies in the morgue is something that you know the continental African can boast over the diaspora, particularly the American diaspora. But let's keep going. Though I no longer adhere to all of Nechayev's revolutionary catechisms, too cold, very much like the fascist psychology, revolution should be love-inspired, so he keeps doing this love-inspired thing. His first line contains the incontrovertible truth: the Black revolutionary is twice doomed. So I'm actually pretty interested that this Russian nihilist is writing about Black revolutionaries, but I didn't really look into it. Let's see. At times I wonder about the present state of revolutionary Black consciousness. It's really annoying to hear Blacks express right-wing traditionalist political ideals. And this is one thing that I really picked up on, is that he sounds like these modern leftists. Okay? He sounds like these modern leftists, you know, whining and complaining about other people, you know, and other people's pretty much freedom of speech in a sense, right? By the way, I mean the same spiel that you get from Wallace, Maddox, Hearst, or Hunt coming from black people like Lomax, Young, Bunch, some recently dead now thanks to the forces of good. And of course he's saying it's pretty good that some of these people are dead. Alright. I think Lady Lomax is still around, though, representing Africa with her Anglo-Saxon vernacular. Her husband, L. Lomax, was CIA. Did you read The Reluctant African, which was sheer propaganda for the owner disguised in blackface? These are the really dangerous people. When we leap to destroy the owners, we'll have these kind of niggers to fight. They will use the tactics white left-wing causes to protect their bosses, white right-wing causes. So again, that's pretty interesting. Like I said, it reminds me of Twitter fingers, but before Twitter. Because again, he's in prison. And we know how this ends. He dies within a week of this, or something along those lines. And because of that, this whole when we leap to destroy the owners, we'll have to kill these niggers too. Fight these other black folk, right? It's like none of that happens. It's all fantasy in that sense. And that's one of the reasons why I would advise against black folk going to prison or being in prison at all. And this is actually why Garvey kind of encourages you to be law abiding. Because essentially when you're in prison, none of the stuff that you're going to imagine will come to fruition. You know what I mean? Like, sure, you might kill a kill a guard or something, a guard or two. And that's what he was accused of, although I believe that he might have been innocent. But all the same, like, you might do that, but that's nothing compared to whatever it is that you're allegedly trying to accomplish, which is destroying the owner. Now, let's keep going. You must teach that socialism, communism is as old as man. That is principles. And so you're going to see this. This is the argument against how, socialism is white. So he's going to make an argument against that. And again, you're going to see how it mirrors the moderns, except for the modern talking heads aren't as precise. Even though I don't agree with what he's saying. You must teach that socialism, communism, or communalism is as old as man. That its principles form the basis of mostly all the East African cultures. There was no word to denote possession in the original East African tongues. Now, I don't know what he's talking about. The only independent African societies today are socialistic. Those which allowed capitalism to remain are still neo-colonies. Any black who would defend an African military dictatorship is as much a fascist as Hoover. Are you aware of how the people are living under these so-called Africanized fascist cultures? The Congo and the entire west coast of Africa, excepting Guinea and Mauritania, are still slave states, dominated by Western black right-wing puppets. I'm thoroughly sick of the old just be simples, young ones too. They'll be your main source of opposition in communizing the black colonies here. The good white people who own things will always give them a few inches in their papers or other media. That's how fascism works, influencing the masses and institutions through elite. So, again, I'm actually at the pause. I need to drink some water. So I'll be right back, with a cup of water. But, yeah, I'm like parched. What the freak? I'm parched. All right, hold on a second. But yeah, you mull on that though, because yeah, everybody. That's how fascism works, influencing the masses and institutions through elites. Yeah, that's how everything works. You know. Yeah, the problem with the quote unquote fascists or socialists or whatever you want to call socialists is that, like, the realism, they don't have a realistic view of how societies are formed and ruled and governed and all that kind of stuff. So essentially, saying that the masses and institutions are influenced through elites kind of misses the point, because that's how everything is influenced. You know, and that's how it's going to be. You know, again, and here, right here, no word to denote possession is kind of ridiculous. You know, like how like the idea that nobody has any possessions uh, is just like unsubstantiated bonkers. You know, again, like a basic possession that everybody has, I would assume, is like a bed. You know, a bed or a romantic partner or and I mean possession in the sense of uh, I mean obviously you don't really own your romantic partner, I hope, uh, but yeah, I mean again it just be ridiculous. It doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't make any sense if you even know East Africa and its situation, its history. It really wouldn't make any sense. But again, you know, you have your own homes, you have your own beds, you have your own your own food. You know, you have your own plate of food. You know what I mean? It's not like that's not possessions or something. All right, so I talked to several black lawyers when I got this last case of pig killing hung on me. We started off agreeing, but they abandoned me the moment I attacked Anglo-Saxon law, capitalism, and the blues. Now look at this thing. It's like, all right, I kind of want to be quick because I'm supposed to be doing something at a few hours, so I can't really whatever. But like, yeah, lawyers, and you're attacking Anglo-Saxon law, right? How else are you going to get off in an Anglo-Saxon country, right? Capitalism, okay, whatever. The blues don't even make any sense. Why you're like why is that even important? Why is that even relevant? And like how is that a disqualifier? Oh, free, F the blues, and you don't agree that I don't like the blues? Like nobody cares. And then went on to recognize Black Panthers. He went on to recognize Black Panthers, Kwame Nkrumah, Sekou Touré, Nyerere, and Odinga instead of Kenyatta, Lumumba, instead of the little punk in Ethiopia, and Peking instead of Atlanta or Freetown. That'll be your main source of opposition, the black running dog. But it's unfair to automatically condemn a black person for not understanding economic and political subtleties. Some are simply confused in an honest way. So this is what I mean about, like, this is what I'm noticing about the left too. You see, like, the black lawyers come in trying to free him from prison. Like, they're literally trying to do something good for him in a sense, something that could potentially benefit him, and he ends up uh, quarreling with them, arguing with them over Anglo-Saxon law, capitalism and blues, Black Panther, Kwame Nkrumah. Oh, I don't like Kenyatta. I like Lumumba, but I don't like Haile Selassie. I think Peking, which I guess is in China, is much better than Atlanta or Freetown. Like, he's going into an argument with his lawyers, right? And then he ends up like, these are the main source of opposition, the black running dog. Now, again, remember, the running dog, if you will, is trying to free him from being falsely accused of pig killing, right? Uh, and then he's like, oh, they're just so confused, you know. And it's like, what is your objective in your objections? That's really the question that you want to ask black people in general, which is, what are the objectives of your objections? So I'm gonna write that down. What are your objectives in your objections? It's like a black lawyer. If you have a lawyer, all you should be worried about is them doing the job that you're hiring them to do. You know what I mean? I don't care if my black lawyer likes Kenyatta. I don't care if my black lawyer likes Haile Selassie. I don't care if my black lawyer likes Atlanta and Freetown. They can do that. If I like Peking for whatever, I mean, you're in the freaking prison, right? You've never been to Peking. You're not dealing with any of these individuals anyway. You're not even planning on going to Africa, so it doesn't even make any sense why you have this, why you feel like disqualifying other, because these black lawyers could easily go to Africa. Like, you have to understand, you have to liberate yourself first, or you have to quote unquote be liberated first. But to think that others are confused when you're sitting in prison is actually reminiscent of that other story that I wrote, which is the allegory of the zoo lion. Now, of course, that's available in the Book of Power, so you could read it there. But it's also one of the older YouTube videos I have. So definitely check that one out. But basically, the in the YouTube video, the lion is accusing the zookeeper of being in prison too, or being in jail too, or being in captivity too. But the reality is that the zookeeper, even though the zookeeper is with the lion all the time, right? Or as far as the lion is concerned, he always has a zookeeper with him. The zookeeper can go home whenever he wants, and the lion doesn't. So the only person that's confused about who's free and who's not is the lion. To say that these people are confused because they're free or more free is just remarkable. And again, this is like a staple book in America, and I could see why leftists like this, because again, I don't like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, why are you arguing with a freaking lawyer? All right, well, let's get it. Some of the arguments they pose, right? All right, will center around the dependent cliche that Africa will invent something unique. It won't be socialism, communism, or capitalism. And so this is also another thing that we hear these days. So often they'll leave out the denunciation of capitalism altogether, obviously. You must explain the economic motive of human social history and bring out that there are only two ways by which societies can ever be governed and organized for production of their needs. The various types of totalitarian methods represented by assorted capitalist and fascist arrangements and the egalitarian method. And again, this is a false story, because again, Wazungu had feudalism, Wazungu had slavery, Wazungu had I guess primitive communism or whatever, right? But the point is that if they had these other societies, right, then there's obviously stuff outside of this. But let's keep going. Egalitarianism is people's government, and people's government in economics is socialism, dialectical and materialist. How else can societies be governed? There must be hierarchies or the elimination of hierarchies. Then show that the greatest contribution of egalitarianism came from Africa, the greatest and first example. So you wanna understand this too, that you have to govern by hierarchies. Okay, like on a massive scale, only hierarchies can work. It's just same with military. In a massive scale, only hierarchies can work. I'll give you a very clear example. Suppose you're fighting. Suppose we organize to fight other people. Okay, we're organizing to fight other people. We have to decide on a uniform. Okay, the decision to come from a uniform has to come from a hierarchical structure. If you don't have a uniform or a code or whatever established by a single hierarchical structure, right, you will end up killing your own people. If the battlefield is big enough, if the conflict is large enough, if the combatants are gigantic enough, you will end up killing your own people unnecessarily. Because if you cannot even identify your enemy, right? If you can't even identify your enemy, you have to shoot first and ask questions later. You understand? The point of uniforms is to ask questions. Is to ask questions first, and that question is going to be immediate, which is, oh, they're wearing the purple, or they have this flag. And of course, the enemy can always fake that, and that's what they did. I think it's called false flag. But let's say if you're a boat and you're doing illegal commerce, but you put the flag of something that can do legal commerce there, right? Like, let's say it's the French are prohibited from these waters, so you put the English flag, right? If the English aren't, and what that does, and then of course then there's mechanisms and things for that, to how to discern whether that is in fact a British or a French ship. The point being that you have to have these hierarchies. So the elimination of hierarchies, right, is already a just with all due respect to this brother, because whatever, but it's a dumb goal. And the reality being that a lot of Africans are going to keep repeating this because it's a legendary book. Brother's in prison. Brother, his brother killed somebody, or his brother holds up a judge or whatever, right? So it's like, oh, this is what I want to be. This is what it's great. But the reality is that this kind of thinking, right, isn't going to lead to anything. And this is why, again, you have to contextualize it in the sense of this is a man who's already been captured and who's going to die in a week. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing that's going to come of this literature except for the fact that you're going to, like, some people are going to like it because it seems like, hey, this is a real brother. But again, like if you want real brothers, if in a sense, just go to Africa. Go to the people that he named. These Nkrumas and Yeres and Odinga, if you will, right? And even Kenyatta, Lumumba, and whatever, right? But these people actually, they weren't, in a sense, slaves. And he's going to say he's a slave. But they weren't slaves. They weren't prisoners. They were people who fought the system and beat it. Not so much the Black Panthers, but the people in Africa really did so. But of course, you don't want to hear this. Now, of course, he's going to go after Muhammad Ali, for those of you who are not really picking up on the nomenclature. But Muhammad Ali's name is Muhammad Ali, and I think it's Cassius Clay. Yeah. So then, comrades, you will encounter the faint-hearted and illogical types like Ali and Clay, entertainer and tool of the capitalist cliques. Their line is, ain't nobody but black folk gonna die in a revolution. This argument completely overlooks the fact that we always have done most of the dying, and still do, dying at the stake, through social neglect, or in U.S. foreign wars. The point is now to construct a situation where someone else will join in the dying. If it fails and we have to do most of the dying anyway, we're certainly no worse off than before. So again, this is like a poor argument. This is a poor argument in itself. Because again, you're Cassius Clay, you're worth quite a bit of money. Okay? A lot of black people, believe it or not, are worth quite a bit of money. It's like this brother was telling me, in fact, that there's this brother who does a YouTube video, right? Now you see me doing a YouTube video, you see 4 likes and 4 viewers, right? You see 1 like. Dang, I'm actually taking too long to read this, so I might not even do the whole part 1. But 4 views, 4 viewers, 4 people watching at the same time, 1 like. There's this other brother who $0 in the super chat. Other brother pulls in $8,000 in the super chat. Okay, talking what quality men, quality women, some nonsense like that. That in and of itself, right, is what is like that dude is not interested in, he's not looking at, oh, we dying anyway. We're not gonna be worse off than before. Especially when you outlined what would be coming, which is a police state, much more drastic, doors being kicked down, so on and so forth. Now, some people might be living in doors being kicked down and blah 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 blah. Particularly, unfortunately, some people who might be engaged in like criminal activity, which is again something that you would expect of a society that's trying to maintain a social order, even if that social order is to its own benefit. But that's exactly why you would have a society to begin with, to benefit yourself. Now, so yeah, you might say, oh, well, we dying anyway, but a lot of black folk are not going to take to that perspective, and not just that, it just doesn't even make any sense for Cassius Clay, or even me, to advocate that point of view. That, oh, we're just gonna die anyway, so let's do this over. Because again, the dude sitting in prison eating next to his own human excrement isn't really a dude who's living, like, he's living a style that's like, okay, we dying anyway. You know what I mean? Like a dude who's writing something a week before he dies is oh, we dying anyway. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people, like, for instance, like if like in a sense, I could if I wanted to. I'm not saying I don't want to, but let's say I could if I wanted to live another 40 years. And not just that, I could probably even live with comfortably, like economically comfortably. On top of that, you get what I'm saying? So the whole, oh, we dying anyway, doesn't really like resonate. And the thing is that I'm not necessarily the best. I'm not necessarily the best to do. Like, a lot of black folk are pretty well to do. I was just talking to somebody yesterday who's boasting about whatever he was doing, but like that's what you would expect. Yeah, it looks like I'm not gonna do part 1, so I'm just gonna like try to go a little faster. We find ourselves today forced into a re-examination of the whole nature of black revolutionary consciousness and the relative standing within a class society steeped in a form of racism so sensitized that extends itself even to the slightest variation in skin tone. The great majority of blacks reject racism. They have never found it expedient, wise, or honorable to take on the characteristics of the enemy. I think it is vitally important to stress that for blacks, a concern for the survival of the race is not patently not definable as racism. So he's just saying that black people aren't racist if they want to be survivalists or whatever. Any explanation for social phenomenon, past, present, or future, must present valid arguments and proof. As we travel back into history, honest descriptions and definitions will inevitably overlap. They will differ depending on their geopolitical standpoint. Ideally, they should be colored with a little subjective interpretation as possible from today's world. The present, due to its staggering complexities, is almost as conjectural as the past. We must prove our predictions about the future with action. Right? Again, our prediction about the future with action. Again, nothing. This was 50 years ago. 1971. This was 50 years ago. Nothing from it, really. So all my comments must be considered the merest suppositions. They must be considered in just the same way we must consider all other comments in this area. They merit attention only in that as soon as I make them, it won't be much longer before I go about proving them. So again, he's not going to prove this. Because again, the white man had him, he already captured him. He was already captured. The thing is that if you are captured, if you're in another person's jurisdiction, you kind of already lost. You get what I'm saying? This is why I tell people to repatriate. This is why I tell people to move. This is why I tell people to, form their own whatever. But you have to, you have to accept the fact that, there's such a thing called tactical surrender, right? And this is it. You've already surrendered in a sense. As a slave, the social phenomenon that engages my whole consciousness is, of course, revolution. So this is actually pretty interesting. Now, again, I believe a slave or enslaved person should run away from the plantation. That's what I believe. Okay, let's just... Alright. Anyway, so... Let me just let that wait out, because it's... Alright, so the slave and evolution. So, born to a premature death, a menial subsistence wage worker, odd job man, the cleaner, the caught, the man under hatches without bail, that's me, the colonial victim. Anyone who can pass the civil service examination today can kill me tomorrow. Anyone who passed the civil service, I guess civil service examination is policemen's, or maybe even the judge, I don't know. But anyway, anyone who passed the civil service examination yesterday can kill me today with complete immunity. I've lived with repression at every moment of my life, a repression so formidable that any movement on my part can only bring relief, the respite of a small victory or the release of death. I'm every sense of the term, in every sense that's real, I'm a slave to and of property. So he's saying, and again, this is his position, but again, this kind of realization is like $1 short and a day late. And I don't want to keep stressing and emphasizing that this man dies within a week of this, or even a month, I don't know. But he dies pretty closely after writing this, or after publishing this. So it's like, it's $1 short and a day late. But you see that he's saying, look, he's so repressed that anything will be a small victory, right? That's not the case for most black people, that anything, any movement can only bring relief. The reality for most black people is that because we're not in this position of heavy repression, in that sense, in that literal sense, where we're forced to eat in a room with our feces right beside us, very few of us are living like that, I would imagine. Well, let's say not many of us, I'd say, right? Or not most of us, let's just say it that way, right? Because we're not, it's not to say that anything will be a small victory. So, whereas you can, it's like you have to contextualize why somebody would advocate for something, why somebody, it's like a dude without, a dude with a wife, right? Or a dude without a wife, or a single man might say, hey, we need to have more single events, more events catered to single people, right? And a person with a family might be like, hey, we need to have more events catering to families. Or a person who's in a couple that's not a family say, hey, we need to have more events catered to couples. You get what I'm saying? Like, a lot of times, a lot of what you advocate is subjective, and you have to read it from that perspective. So reading this book, you have to read it from the perspective of like what does a prisoner have to lose? You know, because essentially they're not going to take part in anything. You understand? Outside of the prison. But if something happens outside of the prison, then that is where they can be liberated. You get what I'm saying? So he's technically pleading for his liberation as a prisoner, but that's all it is. It's nothing. It's not something that you can per se identify with because you're not in the prison, as far as I understand. You know, and if you are, you have some pretty damn good. You have some pretty good friends if you if you're listening to. Well, not only because you're listening to me, but if you listen to me in a prison, that's like pretty damn good. All right. Revolution within a modern industrialist capitalist society can only mean the overthrow of all existing property relations and the destruction of all institutions that directly or indirectly support existing property relations. It must include the total suppression of all classes and individuals who endorse the present state of property relations or who stand to gain from it. Anything less than this is reform. So you already see that his advocacy for revolution is not something that any white person or person in power would support. You know, and because of that, it's kind of like it's like a no-brainer that they would keep him in prison. You get what I'm saying? So, and I know some people might say, well, why do we care what white people like? And the reality is that, again, it's their society. You get what I'm saying? So it doesn't even matter whether you care or you don't care. They're the ones who's pulling the levers. You get what I'm saying? This is why, again, I would stress, you know, it's more so repatriation because as long as you're in another person's nation, you know, it's kind of like whatever they say goes, in a sense. You get what I'm saying? Now, of course, you can fight them, but again, you know, you're talking about a huge population that's not going to agree with you, and you know, in America, they're like heavily armed and so on and so forth, and like I don't see what you can hope to gain from it, to be honest, because you're just not even militaristically equipped for it. In the sense of, again, you know, America has like 300 million white people, which is, you know, about the size of half of Europe, you know? So half of Europe existing on a particular modern industrial society with a whole bunch of relations, you know, these, you know, relationships, property relations and so on and so forth, and you advocate, like you alone sitting in a prison advocating for the destruction of all of that, and then yeah, like they're not just gonna, oh, okay, sure, let's roll out the mat. You know what I mean? It's gonna be difficult, to say the least, especially since those same relations are things that, you know, black people have to that black people have. For instance, like again, you know, you see the place I'm living, you know, let's just say if it's my property, right? Then, you know, I would lose that property in this quote unquote revolution. And you might say, well, that's a good thing. You know what I mean? Like it's a good thing for black people to lose their property. And then what? You know what I mean? Like it doesn't really add up. And I mean, you might be like, well, you know, a lot of us don't own our property and blah blah blah, and that's the case too. Or even you could say, hey, well, you know, really the bank owns your property, right? And that's another case as well, right? But you know, again, you want to. It's really. But again, like losing that relationship. The point being this, though, right? Here's the real point, right? That if you're wherever you are isn't your property, then you can lose all in this situation. You know what I mean? And essentially somebody else will be living in your property. And you won't have anywhere to live. Or you might be given somewhere else to live, when in fact you're quite comfortable where you are. If you're comfortable where you are, which a lot of people are. You know, because they decorated it, so on and so forth. Alright. Government and the infrastructure of the enemy capitalist state must be destroyed to get at the heart of the problem, property relations. Otherwise, there's no revolution. Now, again, I don't know where people got off with this property relations are the problem, but anyway, there's no revolution. Reshuffle the government personnel and forms without changing property relations and economic institutions, and you have produced simply another reform stage in the old bourgeois revolution. The power to alter the present imbalances, to remedy the critical defects of an advanced industrial state ordered on an antiquated set of greed-confused motives, rests with control over production and distribution of wealth. If the 1% who presently control the wealth of society maintain their control after any reordering of the state, the change cannot be said to be revolutionary. So he has a point, and of course he's gonna bring up Lenin for this. So the prerequisite for a successful popular revolution is that the victors totally jump the old machinery of the state. Lenin stresses in The State and Revolution, one thing especially was proven by the Commune, viz. That the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for their own purposes. And again, the working class must break up, smash the ready-made state machinery, and not confine itself merely to laying hold of it. The reason is simple enough. A popular revolution means a revolution by and for the popular classes. Its ultimate aim is to bring all classes into one, and that is to destroy the class state. So again, now of course Lenin, you could say, wasn't a prisoner, and Lenin, you could say, was a revolutionary, but that's what a lot of people would tell you. But again, whatever happened in USSR, it wasn't this classless state. It was, a lot of people would say it was like a mass killing and a huge forced labor sort of thing. But I wouldn't necessarily know, because again, some of it might be propaganda, some of it might not be. Who could tell? But again, and so this is kind of a direct reading of Lenin, obviously. The thing that you will want to say or see in this is this idea that the commoners of a society are not going to. It's like with the coup attempt. Okay, so America recently had a coup attempt where, if it had succeeded, right? However it could have succeeded, but if they killed a bunch of duly elected politicians, and put Donald Trump into power for another 5, 10, 20 years, right? It would be something that a lot of people would have opposed, and unfortunately they would have probably went along with, because the government would be owned by this Donald Trump character, and he would be able to send his military against them. But instead it didn't succeed, and the politicians weren't killed, and now what you have is if you saw the scenes of what the Capitol looks like today, there's like maybe 2,000, 3,000 soldiers just laying in wait for insurrectionists, in a sense, right? And that's really the difference, And I don't know if it's 2,000, 3,000, but the point being that that's really the difference, in the sense of that the government can organize a military force to stop whatever it is that you're trying to do, and if you're just some ragtag group, you're in for some trouble. You're in for some trouble, because this is not a government that's going to that because you didn't succeed in the first attempt, which might not have really succeeded, but because you didn't succeed in the first attempt, you don't really get a second attempt. Like, they're onto you. They imprisoned they arrested a lot of these people, and maybe they might get a whole bunch of years in prison for it. And this is exactly what happened to no, not what happened to George Jackson. He just kind of radicalized in the prison. But this is exactly what you would expect a society to do, which is, if you have insurrectionists, to imprison them, and then that's it. And it's for both sides. This was going to be a fascist takeover. He's looking for a socialist takeover. But the reality is that a government defends itself, and true to its word, a government has a right to defend itself. You understand? And as long as it has that right to defend itself, yes, it will. Like a lot of what you're saying doesn't make any sense, because you're essentially asking people to agree with you in killing the politicians they voted for. Which is a hard pill to sell, because they don't even know who you are. All right. So revolutionary change means the seizure of all that is held by the 1% and the transference of the holdings into the hands of the remaining 99%. If the 1% are simply displaced by another 1%, revolutionary change has not taken place. So again, this is what you want. You actually do want another 1%. And again, you don't want it in America, because America is like 60% white. You understand? So that 1% is probably going to come from that white population. And if it doesn't come from that white population, then, what is that what is the white population going to do? Just sit on its hands? Social revolution after the fact of the modern incorporated capitalist state can only mean the breakup of the state and a completely new form of economics and culture. As slaves, we understand that ownership and the mechanics of distribution must be reversed. The problem of the black colony and the brown colony, those of the entire 99% who are being manipulated, can never be redressed as long as the necessary resources for their solution are the personal property of an extraneous minority motivated solely by the need for its own survival. And that extraneous minority will never consider the proper solutions. We have this on record from a voice speaking from inside the Fourth Reich, a lieutenant governor of California orating in public on poverty. So this is probably a little interesting. 1/3 of the population will always be ill-housed, ill-clothed, and ill-fed. Many urban problems are really conditions that we cannot change or do not want to incur the disadvantages of changing it. His 1/3 statement was calculated understatement. So this idea right here is that the lieutenant governor of California was saying, look, real talk, 1/3 are going to be messed up, but the other 2/3 won't be, in a sense. Now, of course, he's saying, well, it's going to be more than 1/3. The reality is this, that if you have to understand class really well, okay? Class basically means this, okay? The society, and this is why I say that, you want to pick up the Book of Power, okay? Because you're not going to get an understanding of class outside of the Book of Power. This right here is going to confuse you on class. The Book of Power tells you this, that a nation, right, exists to benefit the upper class. You understand? Once you understand that that's the point of a nation, right, this right here, this complaining about the ill-fed and ill-clothed and ill-fed doesn't even make any sense. You understand? When you understand that a nation is to benefit this guy, the governor, okay? The nation is to benefit the governor. All right? Now you might say, well, why are we even a part of the nation? You're a part of the. I mean, it's more about trickle down. It's more about trickle down benefits. But let's say you go to feudalism, right? The landlord, the lord of the land or whatever, is the person who really benefits from the feudal situation. Now, so does the peasant, because without the lord and his armies or whatever, the peasant will fall under other lords and other armies. You get what I'm saying? And without the Lord and the armies, in a sense, and you just follow and you make good with the Lord and whatever, then good with the Lord, right? Anyway, you make good with this Lord of the land or whatever, and essentially, you might be able to social climb, or you're not going to be harassed or abused as much. You might get a better house, you might get better clothes, like you handle it among yourselves. But the reality being that the whole reason for that feudal structure was for the king and the lords. The same thing for the capitalists, for the politicians, and the corporations. And the people outside of that, you might say, well, yeah, that means that we should fight. And it's like, okay, but what can you possibly realistically do if you're not even organized? And you're being ruled by these people anyway. Like if you were so good, then why are you being ruled by these people? And the reality is that if you were no longer ruled by these people, somebody would still have to rule you, because if somebody isn't, then somebody else will come in and take it from you. And this is what happened throughout Africa. When we talk about Africa, these small little villages, they were taken over by these empires. First the African empires and then these Wazungu empires. And this is just the way of the world. The way of the world is that, people expand. And sure, you can have these little, minute examples of, oh, well, we're free here, and you could have that, but it's not going to be long-standing, it's not going to be long-lasting, and that's something that is proven in our story, So of course, one of the best examples of African civilization is Kemet, ancient Egypt in a sense, and it had a hierarchy. Because you had your nomarchs, you had your monarch, you had your pharaoh, you had all that, All right, so anyway, so to the slave revolution is an imperative, right? a love-inspired, conscious act of desperation. Now, I don't know why he keeps using the word love, but anyway, it's aggressive. It isn't cool or cautious. It's bold, audacious, violent, an expression of icy, disdainful hatred. It can hardly be any other way without raising a fundamental contradiction. If revolution, and especially revolution in America, right, is anything less than an effective defense attack weapon and a charger for the people to mount now, it is meaningless to the great majority of the slaves. Now, again, not everybody's going to look at themselves as slaves, you know. If evolution is tied to dependence on the inscrutabilities of long-range politics, it cannot be made relevant to the person who expects to die tomorrow. Now, again, not everybody's expecting to die tomorrow. This guy was expecting to die tomorrow, okay? So that's why he's saying this. I don't expect to die tomorrow at all. Now, I'm not saying that it won't happen, but I just don't expect it, you know? And if it does happen, it seems more like it would be a fluke than like something that was systemic and systematic. But you know, I couldn't be the judge. You know, maybe you might see that. Oh well, like it would surprise me if I died tomorrow. It would. Well, I mean, it probably wouldn't surprise me. I'd be dead. But you know, but you know, I mean, it'd just be pretty fucking quick. You know, like I don't know what could possibly happen. But like maybe, like I don't know. All right, there could be no rigid time controls attached to the process that offers itself as relief. Not if those for whom it is principally intended are under attack now. If the opponents of revolution cannot learn to distinguish and translate the theoretical into the practical, if they continue to debate just how to call up and harness the conscious motives of revolution, revolutionary ideals will be the loser. It will be rejected. Now again, it reminds me of the conversation, see long-range politics, not the conversation that happened shortly before the election, where a lot of black people were like, I'm not voting because I'm a revolutionary. I'm not voting because I'm a revolutionary. And I was like, look, voting is not going to stop you from enacting a revolution that you could have enacted 4 years ago, or even 40 years ago, but you didn't, and you don't, and nothing's happening. I mean, a lot of what, like, for instance, first people I've seen to storm the Capitol are these freaking fascists. You know, and if you know this lady Elizabeth from Knoxville, right? She said she stormed the Capitol because it's a revolution. You know what I mean? So, like, the only, of all the black talking heads, all this point in time, none of them have stormed the Capitol. You understand? None of them stormed the Capitol of the United States, and none of them, you know, so it's like this whole talk of, well, I'm not voting because I'm revolutionary. You know, revolutionaries don't vote. Revolutionaries, we fight, and we do, like, you've never even stormed the Capitol. You know, which is something that even fascists can mobilize in a month. You know, or you know, 2 months. They said, you know what, we're going to storm the Capitol. Or even, like, actually, I could say a month, because, from November forward. But the point being that you didn't even do that. And these fascists weren't even successful. So, like, yeah, you know, there's that. You know, I mean, I've seen black folk, you know, march with guns and pose with guns and all that, you know, and you know, oh, I work out, you know, right? But, like, yeah, you haven't done any of that. So it's just like, it's just all talk. And again, this dude sitting in prison. You know, you could say, hey, you know, revolution, but unless you're storming the Capitol, I don't like again, white folk not taking you serious. They're taking these dudes serious now. Like, they weren't even taking those dudes serious until they actually stormed the Capitol. And then it's like, okay, let's take these people serious. Like, no one should take you seriously. You know, I don't think you should take seriously a person who's sitting in prison talking about revolution. Doesn't make any sense. Now, if they're out of prison, maybe. But again, unless you storming the Capitol or you're doing something real. Like his brother, I'll give his brother some credit, but I wouldn't even call it revolution. You know, it seems like his brother just kidnapped a judge and that kind of stuff, and then was killed shortly after. Anyway, but let's go. The principal reservoir of revolutionary potential in America lies in wait inside the black colony. Its shared numerical strength, its desperate historical relation to the violence of the productive system, and the fact of its present status in the creation of wealth forced the black stratum at the base of the whole class structure into the forefront of any revolutionary scheme. 30% of all industrial workers are black. Close to 40% of all industrial support roles are filled by blacks. Blacks are still doing the work of the greatest slave state in history. The terms of our servitude are all that has been altered. Okay, yes. I don't know if this is still the case of industrial work being in America. It seems like it was exported outside, but yeah, it is what it is. The black colony can and will influence the fate of things to come into the USA. The impact of black revolutionary rage actually could carry at least the opening stages of a socialist revolution under certain circumstances. not discounting some of the complexities created by the specter of racism. However, if we are ever going to be successful in tying black energy and rage to the international socialist revolution, we must understand that race complexities do exist. When the Minister of Defense and servant of the people, so this is Huey Newton, attacks the strategy of the American Communist Party and the liberal left revisionists for their failure to devise a policy which takes into account the special circumstances of Yankee-style racism, he is not attacking the communism and the collective ideal. He is questioning the Communist Party and other less committed sections of the left revolutionary movement about their awareness of the unique problems presented by a particular vicious and immediately threatening racism. I gotta make sure you guys can even hear me. Alright. Alright, my brother Jonathan, a communist revolutionary to the core, writing me in June of 1969, theorized as follows. We are quite obviously faced with a need to organize some small defenses to the more flagrant abuses of the system now. I mean this in a military sense. The period of disorganized activity of riots and rallies and purely political education has come to a close. And again, it didn't come to a close. The violence of the opposition has brought it to an end. We cannot raise consciousness another millimeter without a new set of tactics. Long-range political ploys alone are not practical for us. To me, the concept seems to assume that someday in the distant future we'll produce a 700-pound flea to fight the paper tiger. That's not likely to happen. While we await the precise moment when all of capitalism's victims will indignantly rise to destroy the system, we are being devoured in family lots at the whims of this thing. There will be no super slave. Some of us are going to have to take our courage in hand and build a hard evolutionary cadre for selective retaliatory violence. We have numbers on our side if the whites who support revolutionary change can prevent this thing from degenerating into race war. The picture of the U.S. as a paper tiger is quite accurate, but there is a great deal of work to be done on its destruction, and I'm of the opinion that if there is a big job of growing to do, the sooner begun, the sooner done. So this is actually it's interesting, you know, it's interesting. So you see, Jonathan was actually free, so you know it makes a little more sense for him to write like this. But again, you know, it's all rhetoric, because you could see a thing that you want to realize. I want you to realize this, right? Because John is right. Okay, John is right. He says, look, this is not too likely to happen. You know, that people are long-range political ploys are not likely going to destroy America, in the sense that America has a powerfully anti-communist, anti-revolutionary infrastructure. You know, and it's only gotten better with time. Because again, this is a freaking letter he's writing out of prison. You can't write this out of prison today, right? You know, but like back then, I guess you could, right? But the point being that, you know, it's unlikely to happen. It's unlikely to happen. And again, the idea that at the end of a revolution, black people would rule over a white majority just doesn't even add up. Doesn't even make any sense. You know, white people themselves won't just, like, again with the coup attempt. A lot of white people were like, ugh, no, this is just too far. You know, and I'm not saying that white people would take up arms, but you know, the U.S. government is a military body. Like, it has a military body. You know, it has. You know, the only thing that really you have to understand and grasp is that technically the leader of the military in America right now is Donald Trump. You know, so I'm writing this on the 16th. I'm talking about this on the 16th. So technically, Donald Trump is the leader of the military. You know, so technically, if he wanted to do a coup, technically, you know what I'm saying? But he would have to have a lot more support in a sense. All the same, yeah, you know, the fact that like none of this. Like, yeah, he's saying you have to do this right now. This was in 1969. Nothing came of it. Black people are still whining and complaining about long-range political ploys. It's not happening. None of this is happening. The reality is that if you wanted to be a free black American, you would have to leave America. You understand? These two men were killed, were murdered by the state. Okay? Both Huey and Jonathan are understandably calling for the program revolution to take into account the fact of racial. By the way, people, you guys could write in the chat. Hold on a second. Let me type that. Y'all good? All right. Anyway, so let's keep going. Both Huey and Jonathan are understandably calling for the program revolution to take into account the fact of racial genocide. Jonathan is calling from his grave, adding another voice to the many thunderous graveyard affirmations which, for us blacks, feeds revolution to its ultimate issue. In order to develop revolutionary consciousness, we must learn how revolution... I think this is as far as I read, because I was like, okay, I gotta read it. Because I thought this was like, this is too long a freaking letter. I was like, I'm gonna put it on the podcast. Now, obviously, I'm taking way too long to read it. I was supposed to do something at another time, so I might have to skip over it. But anyway, in order to develop revolutionary consciousness, we must learn how revolutionary consciousness can be raised to the highest point by stimuli from the vanguard elements. We recognize and appreciate the decades of hard and sometimes dangerous work done in the name of revolution by the older socialist parties. Perhaps we wouldn't exist at all were it not for their efforts. It is our sincere wish to operate in complete harmony with those other groups. These older groups. But we must create new impetus and greater intellectual and physical energy if the forces of reaction are not to win another extended reprieve. A joint effort will make the task of overwhelming our common enemy all the simpler. But if our present differences cannot be reconciled by an honest and fearless search for the correct way, then we will be forced to take the foundation of correct ideals and theory into our own hand and build a positive and more practical superstructure applicable to the circumstances surrounding our lives. In his guerrilla warfare, Lenin wrote, new forms of struggle unknown to the participants of the given period inevitably arise as the given social situation changes. The coming crisis will introduce new forms of struggle that we are now unable to foresee. In other words, the old guard must not fail to understand that circumstances change in time and space, that there can be nothing dogmatic about revolutionary theory. It is to be born out of each popular struggle. Each popular struggle must be analyzed historically to discover new ideas. In the words of John Gerasi, building from one of the other, rail from one to the other, eventually the revolutionary cadre would become equipped with a theory rooted in experience, brought in by historical knowledge, tested by combat, and fortified by reflection. After 10 or 15 generations of laboring on a subsistence level, after 140 years of political agitation and education, we grow impatient. Not that we fail to understand the risk. I got you. Yeah. Not that we fail to understand the risk and complexities of anti-establishment warfare. We simply want to live. We question a strategy that seems to have stopped. We fail to understand the risk of complexities of anti-establishment warfare. We simply want to live. All right. We question a strategy that seems to have stopped short of providing a tactic for growth and for survival. Hold on a second. I kind of just read over that. All right. 10 or 15 generations of laboring on subsistence level, after 140 years of political agitation and education, we grow impatient. Not that we fail to understand the risk and complexities of anti-establishment warfare, we simply want to live. We question the strategy that seems to have stopped short of providing a tactic for growth and for survival. Terror tactics like lynchings will never be allowed to work on us. If terror is going to be the choice of weapons, there must be funerals on both sides. And let the whole enemy powers complex be conscious of that. So again, this is like, unfortunately, it's a bravado. Again, it's bravado. It's kind of like, and people might say about me, oh, that's bravado for you to say bravado, right? But it's kind of like this African proverb that goes something along the lines of like, like talk before the battle isn't really whatever. Now, to his credit, to George Jackson's credit, allegedly in the prison, he's unafraid and unabashed in the sense of, like he's a guy who has nothing to lose. Okay, but again, he arrives to prison not for like noble or good causes. He's like a pickpocket. You know what I mean? Which is like in Africa, if you're stealing, like some places in Africa, if you're stealing, they would kill you. You get what I'm saying? Like it's not like unusual that somebody who's a thief would be, like imprisoned. You get what I'm saying? Or disciplined or punished. And you might say, well, the reason why he's stealing is because of some economic deprivation and blah, 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 blah. You could say that. But again, there's like other outlets besides from, stealing. And a way how you can look at it is, let's say you're leaving the bank, and you leave the bank with the hard-earned money that you believe that you've earned because you put in hours to get that money, right? And you feel like that money's not enough, or you feel like that money is sufficient. Who cares? Right? The point is that now somebody's going to like punch you in the face and kick you on the ground, demand that you hand over your wallet, and then run away with your wallet, and you're going to say they should get away with that? Or do you want to be able to go to the bank and safely, get to your car, safely walk about and continue your day? You know what I mean? Like that's really the question. So you could say, well, economically, sociologically, this person exists in a context where they're deprived economically, and so them punching me in the face and blah blah is just no. Or even if they don't punch you, if they just grab your wallet, right? Your ID is gone. Your maybe your social security number. I mean, I don't carry my social security card, but whatever, right? Or if I have one, right? But I don't, whatever, right? The point is that all your identification is gone. Your credit cards are gone. You gotta cancel your credit card. You gotta call this. You gotta call that. You blah blah blah. All this is taken, and you're gonna just argue, well, yeah, well, obviously they're economically deprived too. I mean, yeah, okay, it's different. And then again, if you're the upper class, you might punish them even more so. If but that's what it is. Like, that's the structure that you're in. And I understand the desire to destroy that structure, but I understand the desire to destroy that structure if in fact that the structure destroyed you, but or because that the fact that structure destroyed you. But I also understand. Well, you got to look at it from both sides and understand that there's also people who do not want to destroy that structure. They don't want people like criminals, pickpockets and so on and so forth to, just walk free in society. Somebody to beat you down on the street and then, beat you down on the street, take your money, and then act like nothing happened and walk around, use your money, use your card, with no repercussions whatsoever. That's kind of like not the goal. So again, it's just like it's an ironic misunderstanding of what role this person has played in their own quote unquote self-destruction. If you want to call it self-destruction. But again, it just doesn't really add up that you would be a criminal and and then be like, oh man, this society sucks. But there's not really too many societies that would sit by as somebody does that sort of criminality. And when they do, it's like you condemn them for it. You don't really, oh well, they should get off because they're criminals, but it doesn't make any sense. All right, superstructure of any edifice that is as extensive and as lofty as revolution must be re-examined with each successive layer for faults, for possible improvements of method. We have the foundation of our strategy. We have studied Marx and Lenin for a description and history of the modern industrial state, where we've organized our thoughts and trained our bodies for the ordeal of grave digging. Our vanguard elements understand the simple importance of winning consciousness. Of course, education and familiarization with the core issues of a broad basis precede hard revolutionary violence. If people are to understand and relate to revolutionary violence, they must first be educated into an acceptance of the fact that there is no alternative, or that the alternative is less inviting than a fight. So again, this is one of the things this is the reason why socialism is so hard to win, is because it's based off of education and the familiarization of the core issues, but one, it's buried behind these heavy writers. Well, Marx is more heavy than Lenin, to be honest, but these heavy writers, a lot of literature, a lot of reading, and it's like you don't have an educational structure for it, and of course when you do have an educational structure for it, you have people like this prisoner who is condemning you for having an educational structure and saying it's not enough. You already had educational structure for how many years? So it's like, but of course, it isn't enough. And the reality is that your educational structure is not going to be as far-reaching as it's like a catch-22. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of damn time when you could just go to freaking Africa and build up your own educational structure and win consciousness on your own continent, as opposed to in somebody else's continent or in somebody else's country or somebody else's nation, and their nation is so freaking is pretty overwhelming, like on a media level. Like America's has one of the best media enterprises on the planet. Like if you go like per capita or something, I don't know, but it's really like a media titan, and you're trying to go against it with your nonsense, unfleshed out ideas that are pretty much telling people to fight a system that while you're in prison, pretty much. You know what I mean? Like, no, nobody's doing that. Like, not too many people are gonna fall for that. Our whole question is, like not too many people are that desperate. Like, he's desperate because of the prison situation. Our whole question is just what level of consciousness will support the violent revolutionary activity necessary to achieve our ends, and how. And I just can't. How is he writing this? You know, how is he writing this out of a prison? It's like what? Like, I'm telling you, a prison guard is just like reading through this, and he's like, yeah, it's good. It's good to send. Like, what? No, I don't think so. All right. Our whole question is just what level of consciousness will support the violent revolutionary activity necessary to achieve our ends, and how will we know when this level is reached? Recall, our Mao teaches that when revolution fails, it isn't the fault of the people; it's the fault of the vanguard party. The people will never come to us and say, "Let's fight." There has never been any spontaneous revolutions. They were all staged, manufactured by people who went to the head of the masses and directed them. So this is why I tell you leadership and hierarchies are important, because again, the people aren't going to do anything. The people aren't doing anything. It has to be the leadership. And again, if you're in prison, you're not going to be a part of that leadership. It's that simple. So don't be in prison, pretty much. The liberalist slogan, you can't get ahead of the people, is meaningless. From what other position can one lead? From the rear guard leadership? And look, see, I tell you, these freaking socialists. Because I'm on social media. Like I said, I'm on Twitter at Onitaset, right? These freaking socialists are like, leadership. Well, you got to question the whole thing about leadership. Here's George Jackson saying, how else are you gonna freaking lead? You need leadership, but of course, you know, whatever. From the rear guard leadership, a typical Yankee innovation. I think most of these irresponsible excuse slogans are based on dread, a secret wish to avoid the discomfiture of people's war. In all the successful class struggles and colonial wars of liberation, the vanguard element did get ahead of the people and pull. There's no other way in forward mass movements. A vanguard which fears the consciousness will outstrip spontaneity, which fears to put forth a bold plan that would compel general recognition even among those who differ from us. Are they not confusing vanguard with rear guard? I think that's actually Lenin, so I'm gonna, yep, Lenin. I think I read that one in the other one. Yeah. I'm not implying that the vanguard party act out of the people's role. I am not implying a society is superior to society. See what I'm saying? It's a contradiction. Like, you see it. You see no hierarchies, but we need a vanguard. You know, and then the vanguard is going to what? You're gonna pull the people forward and then say, now agree with everything that I want. You know, and if you don't agree with what I want, then we should kill you. 'Cause remember, he said before, these are the niggers that are opposition to us. Like, it's so confused and immature and sophomoric, but we still, like, you know, we still appreciate it for some reason, you know. And again, this is why, I mean, you guys are gonna be like, hey, Ona, you're negative, Ona, your thing, you know, blah blah blah, you just blah 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 blah. But I'm showing you how it is. You know, I'm showing you how it is. So, you know, take it or leave it, right? I am not implying that the vanguard party act out the people's role. I am not implying all of that. We must never forget that it is the people who change circumstances. The educators himself needs educating. What? Alright. Going among the people, learning from the people, and serving the people is really stating that we must find out exactly what the people need and organize them around these needs. If the statement implies a coming from somewhere else, it substantiates no superiority, but rather a biological existential reality. This concept needs very little substantiating beyond the obvious fact of a nation of slaves who control no more wealth than some clothes, perhaps a worthless automobile and a roof of sorts over their heads, but who have been successfully conditioned to feel rich or at least contented, right? And again, you know, like again, you know, this is one of the things that the socialists are not going to understand, is that you have to understand that the human condition is not necessarily going to be good, you know. Now what? And again, George Jackson, you have to see what his circumstance is. You know, a 6x8 cell where you're eating next to your feces is a terrible existence. You know, when you have that kind of existence, pretty much anything seems better. You know, if people can put you into a 6x8 cell, you think, you know what, I would want anything else, right? A roof, a car, clothes, you know, that's not bad. Now you might like I don't even know what paradigm says, hey, that's terrible. You know, you have a roof, clothes, and an automobile. Oh my gosh, you're so poor. You know, like why should you not feel contented from that? That's the question. And you might say, well, yeah, there's people who have yachts and this and that. Okay. But why should you not be contented over having clothes? Like you're not in a 6x8 cell shitting on yourself. You understand? Like you're not in a 6x8 cell. And I'm not saying, oh well, appreciate that. No, I'm not saying that. But you have to, in some respects, realize, like, you have to contextualize who's talking. Like whenever somebody's talking, you have to contextualize who's talking. Like you see me in a space, if I want to, whatever, I can do that. If I want food, I can go get it. Now, I actually do want some food, but I'm going to try to keep I'm actually hungry as a mother. But anyway, if I want food, if I want water, I can do it whenever I want, if you're in a prison, you probably can't get water whenever you want. You can't get food whenever you want. You can't get whatever food you want whenever you want. You can't wear the clothes you want to wear whenever you want to wear it. You can't get whatever car you want. You can't do blah, blah, blah. You can't do blah, blah, blah. That's different. Right? And then to be like, oh man, you guys feel rich and contented because you got that. Well, yeah, we don't got what you got. Like, we want to, honestly, I want to go eat. I'm not tripping. But, I just said, let me wake up and do something quick. Anyway, alright. The task of revolutionary is to make revolution. The word manufacture can be substituted for the word make, and the meaning comes through a little better for us. Okay. I don't know what he's talking about right here. The task of revolution is to make revolution. Oh. Manufacture can be substituted for the word. So the task of the revolutionary is to manufacture revolution, he's saying. Okay. The fascists have deliberately manufactured a false sense of security by various stratagems. They will never permit conditions to go out of their control as long as bread and circus appease. Yeah, of course. We clearly cannot dodge our responsibility by giving credence to slogans built around conditions. Conditions will never be altogether right for a broadly based revolutionary war unless the fascists are stricken by an uncharacteristic fit of total madness. So this would be like a coup attempt, right? Should we wait for something that is not likely to occur at least for decades? The conditions that are not present must be manufactured. And even with the coup attempt, this is the thing you have to understand. Even with the coup attempt, black folks sat down and did nothing. And the leftists particularly just said, we told you these people were unhinged. And that's about it. That's nothing. And really the politics today is kind of a bread and circus deal. So I'm not even tripping over it. Yeah. So yeah, conditions. But again, conditions are not what it's about. And that's it. Like I actually, this is actually one of the better statements, and you have to realize that. So, but again, you have to realize that, and that's why I said just leave. Like just leave. Like again, he writes this in 1971. You know what I'm saying? It's 2021. It's 50 years later. Nothing's changed. The people who are advocating his position, the black socialists in a sense, they are not even as articulate as this guy. And already you can see, I'm like, what the frick is he talking about, right? So the people today are actually worse than him. And in terms of like nonsense, just speaking nonsense. And yeah, things haven't really changed. So it's just like, why are you here? Whereas for Africa, things have changed. Obviously, Africa still has to deal with dictators. Africa still has to deal with this, that, so on and so forth. So, everything is like the world is difficult. But, it's better to go where you're the majority, I would say, instead of the minority. Because, like what's going to happen? What happens for minorities? You know what I mean? Like what do you expect to happen for minorities? If ultimately you want a democratic government, right? Then it's majority rule. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's majority rule anyway. So if you ultimately want a majority rule and you're a minority, like, you're ultimately going to lose regardless. You get what I'm saying? Like it's really common sense, but it's like it takes me to tell you. All right. Recall, we had people who felt conditions weren't right in the 1930s also. The government bread lines were backed up around every corner. Baseball was at its peak. Private ownership of public property should have been destroyed in that decade, but the conditions weren't right. The vanguard element betrayed the people of this nation and the world as a result of their failure to seize the time. The consequence was a catastrophic war and a new round of imperialist expansions, this time carried out by the greatest imperialist of all time, the Yankee Brigand. There would now be no Indochina situation, to mention one of dozens of like situations, if we had taken ourselves seriously then when all conditions were favorable. It was a slightly below conscious desire to avoid doing the U.S. further violence, and perhaps a general distaste for organized violence in particular that robbed us of our chance to win on that occasion when, ironically, a win would have cost very little. There wasn't then even the illusion of well-being. So, yeah, you see what I'm saying. So even like now, you can even say that for in regards to coronavirus, the pandemic and the economic situation following. Like nobody's really doing nothing. Like they're still just talking. The conditions aren't right. Things are blah blah blah. And oh man blah blah blah. They're just talking. I saw that there's this leftist network, and they were like hosting like a hater award or something like that. It's just like the most sophomoric, immature thing you can imagine. But they're talking about, oh, who's a hater, who's a good hater, and blah 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 blah. And that's like the gist of like the black left, just a bunch of hating, you know. And you kind of see this too, but it's like they're not organizing for violence. And again, it's easier said than done, because this guy is saying it in prison, and I know a lot of people are going to be like, hey, that makes him real. I mean, like, you could say, apparently you could say anything inside the prison. But the reality is that you're still going to be in prison. And so you're not going to be doing any of this stuff. And of course, he's talking about the 1930s when he wasn't even born, as far as I understand. I don't know, actually. But, he might have been born. I don't know. It is a report written by Comrade Jonathan Jackson in November of, that's his brother, in November 1969, just before Fred Hampton and Mark Clark's murder in Chicago, and a shootout at the Central Avenue Panthers headquarters in Los Angeles. He says, it's come down on us hard now. There are 20 different breeds of pigs controlling every street in the colony here. Every section of the city that can be said to be predominantly black is saturated with the establishment's demented gunslingers of every sort. They're all nervous and dangerous as king cobras. Spies, double agents, entrapment, a war of electronics, house-to-house searches, doors being kicked in. I feel just as you do on these issues. I'm not just going for it, even if it means fighting them by myself. If they kick down the door of a house I've stopped at, they'll fall in dead. The 9mm Browning weighs something like 2 pounds. Now again, he's writing to his brother in the prison that he's going to kill a cop for whatever. And it's like, okay, I get it, but like, even so. He's going to do the asterisk for Los Angeles. He says, 2 Black Panther leaders killed during a raid by the Chicago police. Hampton was the chairman of the Illinois branch of the party. A special report prepared by the Commission of Inquiry, headed by Ramsey Clark, concluded that the purpose of the police raid was to search and destroy. It also concluded that Hampton had been deliberately killed by shots fired at close range while he was totally unconscious. The shootout on the Central was the result of a police raid on the Los Angeles Panther headquarters. The Panthers battled the police for 5 hours, at times even throwing the police's own tear gas canisters back at them. Yeah, I think that was the one that nobody died from. Yeah, of course, you want to defend yourself, obviously, but it's pretty difficult to defend yourself when you're surrounded. That's why again I keep stressing the need for thing. Hold on a second, I gotta cancel my appointment. Hold on. Alright, so anyway, I'm not carrying the extra weight around my belt for nothing. It has a 13-round clip. I keep one in the barrel, 14 shots. Save me a cell on Murderer's Row there. I could have 14 murder charges any day now. I'm telling you, man, look, because white boy be like, yo, COINTELPRO, the way how COINTELPRO be doing, but it's like, yes, white boy set up a system so he can avoid situations like George Jackson and Jonathan Jackson. Okay? He set up a situation because he was kind of slack on it. He was slack on it in the sense that he was like, hey, if you're writing a letter, we'll deliver it. Even if you're admitting to wanting to be on Murder's Row, for killing 14 people. And you gotta grasp this here. A dude who wants to kill 14 people, technically law-abiding people, right? Because that's what the police would be, right? A dude who wants to kill 14 law-abiding people, the society that they're in. Now, of course, to you or me, we might be like, well, the police are bad and blah, 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 blah. But, from a general societal point of view, if you want to kill 14 law-abiding police officers, right, or overseers, of course the society is going to rain down on you, right? The idea that the society is going to let you walk free from killing 14 people, right, just doesn't even make any sense. You know, I think I might have put it on Twitter, because there was a conversation on Twitter, and I kind of want to read it to you. I'll just look at my Twitter. I won't bring up the screen. But you know, like I said, you know how to follow me. Sure, a lot of you know how to unfollow me. But but anyway, so check this out. The thing says. Oh yeah, somebody said something along the lines of. Let me just try to find it first, okay? Follow my video. No, that's some stupid stuff. No, that's stupid. Oh yeah. So somebody, some lady says, no, it's not nobody who works deserves to be in poverty. It's nobody deserves to be in poverty, period. Your ability to produce should not affect your quality of life or people to question your right to access, right? So I say, look, this assumes people care about other people, right? It's not even a newsflash that people don't. Should is just a word. It's just a word. Yeah. Reality is that people in charge care as much about their charge as the farmer his cattle. This won't change. All you can do is run away from the plantation, right? Now, why? Like the farm example is the one you really want, and of course you could peek that in pro-black perspective, right? Sorry, the pro-black compendium, right? So in the pro-black compendium, there's a story of the allegory of the farm animals, and basically, if you're a farm animal, right, you're going to talk like, oh, the farmer looks out for me, the farmer this, blah, blah. Or even, you could even say the farmer should have this, or the farmer should have that. But the reality is the farmer only cares about you to consume you. You know what I mean? These white folk only care about you to consume you. So if you're going around shooting them, right, they don't really care about you and the dignity of your quote unquote, consciousness, you have these ideas that, hey, I could go kill these people because they're bad people, right? The society doesn't care about that. The people in power do not care that you think that they are bad people because they're running a system. The farmer is running a system. The farmer's system is to consume the animals on his farm. You understand? To eventually, so he's raising these cows from infancy to adulthood, so that they can be meat in some grocery store. You understand? That's it. He's not raising the cow for any other reason outside of consuming this cow. It's the same with you in this American community, right? You're not in this community for anything outside of your consumption. Outside of you being consumed. Check it out. Bit of medicine's here. Cupcake. What? Nah, I'm not cupcaking now. Anyway, look at. Sorry. So try to get the picture, right? So this is George Jackson again, right? Try to get the picture. Down every through street, they cruise just a few moments apart at most. Sometimes the stupid bastards are bumper to bumper. Each one of the cruisers has a different residential street here in the black community that seems to belong to them. The picture. Down every through street, they cruise just a few. Oh yeah, this is the police. Moments apart at most. Sometimes the stupid bastards are bumper to bumper. Each one of the cruisers have a different residential street here in the black community that seems to belong to them. It's patterned. Let's just say pink cars P1 and P2 are both traveling south on Central. They'll patrol 6 to 7 blocks on the main street. P1 will then make a left on 50th Street, P2 a right on 51st Street, etc. It works out so that each couple of square blocks is in effect always surrounded. Cut off, divided, subdivided, repression is here. I follow them, study them, hold a few of their... Who's saying this? Is this... Okay, it's John Jackson. Okay. I'm like, yo, Joe Jackson was doing this? Alright. I follow them, study them, hold a few of their cars. You should see how they'll run when they can't tell from exactly what quarter they're drawing fire. Okay, so he shot at some of their cars. He admits it, man. Like today you'd be like, dude, why are you admitting to crimes? All right, we overestimate them, but I mean it's good, because we know now, obviously. But we overestimate them, or perhaps have little sense of our own power. In the short run, And here I mean in an isolated tactical operation, sitting within a particular political assignment, military weapons, we can easily outgun the establishment's first line of defense. Yes, of course, the first line, but they don't have only one line. What, for example, would the city pigs do if they are confronted by a .38 snubbed revolver in the hands of a brother who's fired that .38 perhaps 10 times in his life? Then take the same situation, but give the brother a flamethrower stolen from the military. Give the brother an armored van from inside which he could use said flamethrower. Give him also 2 comrades in arms, one equipped with an M60 machine gun, the other an anti-tank rocket launcher. Pigs are punks. Give me 10 cells armed, as I've just mentioned, and we could start to enforce some of the demands of the people. Yeah. And again, that's the first line of defense. Oh, gosh. And this is the thing with our people, we can't seem to fathom that, yes, the first line isn't the strongest line, but that's the point. The first line has its own purpose, which is, okay, the military level enemy is not what they like. They're not necessarily for handling military enemies, but then they have the SWAT team. Then if not the SWAT team, they have the National Guard. If not the National Guard, they have, what I mean? So like eventually they go even beyond that. But like, will the National Guard be able to handle this stuff? Yeah. Will the SWAT team be able to handle this stuff? Yeah. All right. So give me, and again, like, how are you even getting these things? Because they control the imports and exports. So you get this stolen from the military. So you just steal from the military. How easy is that? I'm not saying it's not practical or possible, but it's just, I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's about the practicality, really. Because, if your whole theory relies on you accumulating this advanced weaponry, right, that isn't even available, right, and just accumulating it, I guess, illegally, like, you're already like it's just so bizarre, to be honest. All right, give me 10 cells armed, as I've mentioned, and that we could start to. But of course, a lot of black folk are going to be, oh my gosh, this is so cool. Oh, he's so right. If I just got an anti-tank rocket launcher and an armored van, oh man, he's so brilliant. All right, we can start to enforce some of the demands of the people. Their present show of strength is actually their weakness. So they're too visible. Yeah. Okay. All right. Comrades ask me sometimes, what can we do against all these pigs? I state it simply, we put them to death. They look at me as if to say, you're nuts, man. Yeah, they're looking at you because it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, when I go about my explanation, their eyes go blank, or they are distracted by something 5 blocks down the street. They're not hearing them. Of course they're not. So what's happening? The thing I say, for a smile, seems too fantastic for them to even listen. Yet it doesn't seem fantastic for them to go against the LAPD with a snub-nosed revolver. There's a great deal of work to be done with ourselves yet, but the day of the real dragon is coming. Long live the gorilla. So Jonathan, and look at this right here. That's what I'm trying to say with us as a people. Like, this is what we do. This is the same thing with why I was like, I don't care for Nas. I know some of y'all are like, what? Yeah, I don't care for Nas. He's a 16-year-old boy. Same thing with Jonathan. Matter of fact, I was talking to this cat yesterday, and I was telling him about, I was talking to him. I was like, hey man, you said blah blah blah. He's like, yeah, I was 16. You know what I mean? Like, trying to dismiss me. I'm saying because I was talking about him, as a 16-year-old. But it's like, that's it. This guy's 16. Jonathan was 16 years old then, and he had just that year been allowed to drive a car. He's 16 years old, and now today black folk are looking back like, yo, we need some leadership, and Jonathan Jackson, like, he's a 16-year-old boy, but you guys don't understand. Alright, he liked to drive and observe. He had long since learned to like to fight. Guns and weapons in general were his forte. I carefully reminded him that even vanguard violence was organized violence. He returned one of Fanon's lines, it's time for the talking to end and the acting to begin. Now, of course, he's snubbed out, In another of his reports, after the Chicago murders of Hampton and Clark and the 5-hour shootout at Black Panther headquarters in Los Angeles, he writes, the fact of American terror slave existence in general seems to have almost destroyed the nervous system of the black man here. They are frightened and feel they are smart for being so. Those that were unaffected, those that escaped, those that refused to be intimidated, dismayed, prudent to the point of cowardice, have either joined or supported the Black Panther Party. They got down pretty cold. One point needs to be cleared up, however. I recall your remarking that in an urban guerrilla situation, the military proper must be hidden, separate from the political front, since unlike the classical Mao Zedong countryside struggle where the enemy's principal forces are 30 miles down the road, with us the enemy is all around. See, this is what I'm saying, 30 miles down the road as opposed to all around. You're in a tactically poor position, and you want to be in a tactically poor position, and it's just like mind-boggling. You know, like this guy's in prison. Right. 30 miles down the road. With us, the enemy is all around, within a few moments of strife. There should, I feel, be one branch that is purely political, operating the rent strikes, the breakfast programs, the People's Bazaar, where all sorts of food and clothing, utensils, and tools are sold, hospitals for clinics, free of course. Yeah, it's free hospitals, but free clinics. And what I will term cottage shops to employ those who will work for the new medium in exchange, love and loyalty. People who will work for love and loyalty at such things as the making of the clothing and canning of the food for the People's Bazaar. You know what I mean? Like this is like a lack of economic sense. But again, it's a 16-year-old boy, so it's like it's okay. But you know, if I was his older brother, like instead of being proud, I would say that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. If you're trying to pay rent, you can't pay it on love and loyalty. You know, and if you're like, oh, I don't want to do with the rent system, okay, that's fine. But where are you gonna live? You know, it's like I think you know, Barbara Sizemore was saying that. Barbara Sizemore was like, people are talking about, oh, money, cash is terrible. And she's like, hey, how much cash you got in your pocket right now, though? You know what I mean? Because if cash is so bad, why are you using it? Why are you spending it? You know what I mean? Because you kind of have to. So the whole idea that you're going to make people work for free out of love and loyalty, like, nah. You know, like me, I told y'all, my ancestors were maroons. You know, we don't work for free. Sorry. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not going to say I don't publish or produce anything for free. Like, this podcast right here is free. But, nah, I ain't working for free, man. You know what I mean? You can hold that. Alright. Such thing as the making of the clothing and canning of the food for the People's Bazaar. Then there should be, like, what kind of nonsense is this anyway? So you're going to make food and clothes for the bazaar, and then at the bazaar, you're going to sell the stuff? So I'm not going to get anything, and you're talking about exploitation? Then there should be the super secret branch to enforce. And he's talking about the super secret, and he's writing somebody in prison. Maybe they don't read the letters that you sent to prison back then. I don't know, but they do now. So you can thank this, right? All right. Then there's be the super secret branch to enforce the military, the comrades with the nervous equipment to make the best use of the M60, the M16, the flamethrowers, the hand grenades, the mortars, our armored vans and equipment in front, and plenty of gun ports, bulletproof tires, etc. You dig one of the large trucks properly prepared. Plastic, that's my alarm for this thing. Plastic may be the best armor. 1.5 inches will stop a 120 grain slug fired from a .45 submachine gun. Okay, plastic armor. 2 inches to 3 inches will protect you from high-powered rifle bullets, so that's good to know. Wear a plastic helmet, right? No, I'm joking. And with a heavy armored piercing ammo-equipped M60 port in the front cab, pointing in the direction that the truck is moving forward along the streets, is more effective than a tank of the Yankee style. So he's saying a large truck with plastic and a gun in front is more effective than a tank. Interesting. So you guys should write that down at least, right? I mean, I don't believe it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's something to test, right? The machine gun in the front cab and one pointing out to the rear from the trailer. So this guy really did like weapons. So he could have been a military engineer, right? Particularly if he went to Africa, he could have been a military engineer. But instead, he just tried to kidnap a judge, and he got killed. You know what I mean? I don't even know if he killed anybody. I think he just got killed. And it seems like he was just a general. By the eyes of society, he would have just been a terrorist. But by the eyes of the social order, he would just be a terrorist. But he could have been a military engineer in Africa. And like I say, one of the things I want to write about is the different disciplines that African people should undertake, and one of them is military engineering. So this is something that would have he could have really been like, for instance, not to say that I would have known what I know if I was that time, but let's say this with my brother. I'd say, hey man, focus your intellect on military engineering. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to this, this revolutionary, we're going to the grave anyway. Might as well, this YOLO. You get what I'm saying? This YOLO terrorism. But of course, his brother was saying, hey, yeah, man, I'm proud of you. Which is whatever. But I mean, it's that's how like you should be proud of your brothers, I guess. But it is what it is. The machine gun in the front cab and one pointing out to the rear from the trailer has whatever street they are moving down in a guerrilla ambush tactic we'll call angulation. Each one of these guns pointing front and back up the street and back down it has the advantage of being able to rack that entire street with only a slight back and forth lateral movement. One armor-piercing bullet might render several of the unrighteous dead. So you can kind of see what's going on with this guy. And comrade, the pigs are so proud of their new little copters, they're suckers. It's almost comical to hear them boast and watch them look to the sky with the pride of power. The pig who will get up in one of those things is as stupidly suicidal as a duck trying to outfly a charge of a 12-gauge shot. The fierce and beautiful Kong shot down a couple dozen of the very biggest and best copters. Oh, so this is the Viet Cong, I think. Copters Yankee intervention can produce every week. These things that the pigs use are toys, sitting ducks. One solid or armor-piercing .30 caliber bullet aimed at any one of the several points, the tail rotor, the hub of the main rotor, or even the operator, will reduce $200,000 worth of Yankee invention to scrap. Now, I want to say this too. The other day, I saw a drone on my way to, I just saw a drone flying over. That thing would be really hard to shoot. Now, obviously, a drone is much smaller than a helicopter, but of course, a helicopter flies higher. You'd have to be a pretty good shot. Well, maybe not. Maybe you are a pretty good shot. I don't know, but they move quickly and they're tiny in terms of what we would call. Dang, how did I forget this word? But this basically how large they are compared to your vantage point. So essentially, like they would be like 2 inches, like held up close, but far away. I can't remember the name of it. I think it's like angular width, maybe angular width. Anyway, but oh man, I forgot. All right, but yeah, they're not. It'd be pretty tiny to. It'd be pretty hard to shoot one of these things with a regular pistol, but a regular armor-piercing rifle, I guess. I was pursuing this joke of a secondary education when the whole thing occurred, but acting with my small things would have hardly helped much, though it may have helped raise consciousness some. And of course, another thing you want to know is that these helicopters have much better firepower, have much better firepower. So, and they can, and they also equip it like bombs and missiles, so a lot of times they would confirm the target and explode the target. It's just something that you want to know. I'm not saying that you should be fearful or nothing, but I mean, you could do it, but again, it's a little harder in an urban environment. Like the Viet Cong, they might have been like camouflaged in forests. You know what I mean? As opposed to just standing in a city street. I was pursuing this joke of a secondary education when the whole thing occurred, but acting with my small thing would have hardly helped much, though it may have helped raise consciousness some. The besiegers attacked from the rear, the idea of it strong. The military would have demonstrated to the pigs that the Panther Party is not out there on the limb alone, and of course it would have promoted among the people that confidence and ability we always speak on when together. How would they have felt, the pigs and the people? The nameless, faceless, lightning-swift soldiers of the people could have reached out, twisted the tail of their 200,000 death bird, and hurled into the streets, broken ablaze. I think this sort of thing has more to do with consciousness than anything I can think of. Long live the Panther, power to the people who don't fear freedom. Jonathan was 16 years old then, I repeat. And the thing is this, he seems like he was 16 years old, but, like, I don't know what could have, like, I think George Jackson, because he was in the prison system from 14 forward, right? His intellectual development would have been stunted as well. So this would have been impressive, and it's again because it's like yeah, okay, a well played shot. It's like if you watch Star Wars, for some reason I guess they explain it later, but they have this super weapon called a Death Star or whatever, and like one shot can like somehow curve through its through its body and hit the core reactor. So it has a huge fatal flaw for no real reason. Apparently, it was sabotage or something like that. But the whole idea is that yeah, one good shot can end anything. Obviously, the question is how impractical is that shot? Because again, you're hitting the tail rotor with a rifle, and the helicopter may be, you know, uh, let's say 2,000 miles into the sky. I don't know if it's miles, maybe 2,000 feet. I don't know what it is. I don't want to say 2,000 feet. But it'd be pretty high in the sky. You know what I mean? And if it's not high in the sky, again, if it's close to you, it's probably shooting at you. You know what I mean? Which is just it has its own firepower too. So it's just I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, obviously, if you have a team of people shooting at it, maybe it's a greater chance, but it's still like I want to say 5% shot. 5% chance of shooting it. I don't know. Depending, or 10%, maybe 15%. Consciousness is the opposite of indifference, of blindness, blankness. Promoting consciousness involves the general dissemination of the concept that each of us is part of a universal action and interaction. The poles are somewhat connected, that there are material causes for trauma, vertigo, degenerative disease, connections, cause and effect, clarity on their relations and interrelations, the connection with the past, continuity, flow, movement, the awareness that nothing remains the same for long, and it follows that if the thing is not building, it is certainly decaying, that life is revolution, and that the world will die if we don't read and act out its imperative. Not on its own will it will die. Not only on its own will it die, but rather because the forces of reaction have created imbalances that will kill it. The seed of its own destruction, our destruction too, in the epic of the bomb, the nerve gas, the massive precipitation of industrial waste. So this is actually pretty true, and this is something that we really should focus on, which is that realistically speaking, Wazungu is destroying the planet. And I mean, unfortunately, I was more conscious of this when I was younger. I was more interested in stopping it when I was younger. Not to say that I'm not interested in stopping it, but I could kind of see more and more that, you have to also look at population density, and the reality being, again, like, you're the minority in America. So what America is going to do according to the will of the majority, and the majority, well, not according to the will of the majority, but chances are, even if you were to overtake it, the majority will still have power. And the reality being that I have no interest in being ruled by white people. So that's my thing. Consciousness is knowledge, recognition, foresight, common experience of perception, sensibility, alertness, mindfulness. It stirs the senses, the blood, it exposes it, it suggests it will objectify, enrage, direct. There are no positive formulas for a thing so complex. We have guidelines only to help us with its growth. This means that after we are done with our books, they must be put aside, and the search for methods will depend on observation, correct analysis, creativity, and seizing the time. Now, of course, he's saying this in prison, so it doesn't make any sense. Sometimes after December 4th, 1969, like, I would be depressed if I were this. Well, I wouldn't be depressed personally, but I would think that this would be a better thing to do with your time in this circumstance where you believe that something needs to be done and you're completely restrained from doing it, would be to be depressed, instead of writing about, oh well, we need to seize the time, because it's like you're not seizing the time, you're gonna die. Your brother died. You know what I mean? There's nothing that's gonna come from this, in any sense. And again, we're reading this 50 years later with nothing having come from it. You know what I mean? Just a bunch of people saying, oh man, it's so inspiring, it's revolutionary. It's like, yeah, sure. Sure. Sometimes after the December 4th, 1969 shootout around the Panther Party Los Angeles headquarters, Jonathan commented on the connections, the aftermath. Have you grasped the significance of the backlash? It has stung the fascists. The people are informant, all of them, of all persuasion. They don't dig midnight or dawn raiding parties. Bullets with steel jackets, cowardly pigs perched upon their roofs, the same gases manufactured for use against the Vietnamese liberators blowing back into their faces. Repression. Do you see the effect it has on the uncommitted comrade? Repression exposes. It has done the fascists. The people are in the format. Yeah. By drawing violence from the beast, the Vanguard Party is demonstrating for the world to examine just exactly what terms their rule is predicated on. Their power to organize violence are acquiesced. But check, blacks are conditioned to acquiesce. They have in general been led to believe that this system is the product and property of the white man. That the white man will protect it with his all, and that the white man is a killer, a reflex killer, that all we can ever hope for is reforming or expanding the system to include the few of us who can make ourselves acceptable. It's too big for us. You can't fight City Hall. It can't happen in America, and all that shit, pig shit. So again, this is actually what I was saying, right? So they're talking about, like, basically black people were saying the same thing back then, and this would be the voice of reason, right? But, and this is the thing that I noticed with liberals and leftists and black folk in general, is that they know what the voice of reason is. When they're like, oh, that's ridiculous, you know, it's just stupid shit, right? But it's like, this is actually the voice of reason that America is the white man's. You know what I mean? Like, it's not yours. You know, double check. All of the objective conditions are present here in the black colony from revolution. Alright, so the physical thing, I mean want and want to, the real feeling, not the various pretenses. East Los Angeles hasn't changed a bit since you were out. Watts is still a depressed area. Many of the west side districts are starting to resemble the older black districts. The issue of employment is still the same. We do 30 to 40% of the nation's work for 1% of the returns, and a huge pool of us is always kept unemployed to reduce the value of the labor of those who are, just like 10 years ago, just like 1854 and 65. They were thrown on the labor market, hungry, ragged, crowded into clapboards and unhappy. Nothing has changed since you left the streets, comrade. Not in this respect, at least. Perhaps our condition stands out a little bit more glaringly. That's all. So yeah, of course it's going to be this way. Like again, it's a white nation, so of course it's going to have this situation. You know, again, why are you here? You know, why are you here? That's the question. You know, because this is what is going to happen in a white nation, regardless. They're not going to give you 40% of the returns. You know what I mean? They're not going to give you 40% of the that doesn't even, like, it wouldn't even make any sense. Why would they give you 40% of the returns? And you're like, well, because we do 30 to 40% of the work. Yeah, that's what they want you to do. They want you to do more work and get less returns. That's what you do when you set up a system and you have people you don't like in that system. You know, you give them more work and you give them less rewards for it. You know what I mean? Like, if I have somebody I don't like, like I'm going to give them more work and I'm not going to give them as much returns. Anyway, but you know what's been building. The vanguard has viciously attacked the system, the omnipotent system attacked by the slave. Sort of like the worker bee growing so disgusted with the quality of his life that he turns and attacks the bear. The other bees will understand, they do understand, and all sorts of bees, even those who thought the bear their rightful ruler, to see him differently when he foams at the mouth and bites at his own tail. I think you were on the right track with the idea concerning repression. It is, so I don't know who this is. I think it's Jonathan again? I can't tell. It is, it has to be a part of the revolutionary process, a necessary stage in the development of revolutionary consciousness. The situation being as it was and is, the black experience is what I'm referring to here. The milder Lynch example type repression is accepted by us as a necessary part of life, but the new harsher thing brought on by the political thrust of the Vanguard Party serves to show even the most tractable of the reformers among us that firstly the system will not, or actually cannot, meet our demands. Secondly, it clearly illustrates the real terms of our existence under capitalism, the nature of it, and how foul a piece of pie would be even if we could have some. Our fundamental problem remains the survival of the Vanguard political party, and I mean its good form. We must think of it as a righteous villain of a clandestine army. Okay, so that's John. Lenin, Guevara, I think it's Che Guevara, and Fanon, all in their particular fashion, postulate that before the revolution can take place, all the former rejects must be exhausted, clearly exhausted. Election processes must have broken down, the confidence of the electorate in any of the old forms completely shattered. Confidence in the ability of the old system to honestly organize any aspect of the public life must be shaken to the core. Years and years ago, it may have been a acceptable tactic to organize the people's ticket of solid work and revolutionary credentials and arm it with an ideal platform, only to be defeated by a mud-slinging opportunist warlord, demonstrably inferior scum-swinging pig. Then pass off a pamphlet to explain to the people how the system has failed them, or speak in the Pershing Square, or years ago in the campus hall. Today it's not a tactic, it's counter-revolution. So he's saying, you know, running a political party is counter-revolution, which is interesting. After 40 years, it's pretty clear that it will not suffice. Years ago, working with and attempting to influence union leadership may have been judicious, but the government has long since infiltrated and bought off this leadership and legislated away the strike. Union hall speeches and pamphlet passing are playing at revolution. Yeah. It isn't revolutionary or materialist, so he's kind of right here that this is nonsense. A lot of things. The truth is this: that you shouldn't even be in America. Like that's it. But he's not saying that. He's like, yeah, well now you gotta fight them. You gotta fight them. Like, yeah, all right. You know, you gotta fight them because their first line is inferior. Yeah, their first line is garbage. You know, it's like look at the coup attempt in America. The first line had a bunch of people just walk into the Capitol building, right? Now they have the National Guard, and nobody's really like, and we'll see, you know, but it doesn't seem likely that anything's going to happen from that, unless the National Guard turns against the government. You know, we'll just have to see. It isn't revolutionary materialist to disconnect things. To disconnect revolutionary consciousness from revolutionizing activity, to build consciousness with political agitation, educational issues, making alone is idealistic rather than materialist. The effect has been reformism rather than revolution. When any election is held, it will fortify rather than destroy the credibility of the power brokers. When we participate in this election to win instead of disrupt, we're lending to its credibility and destroying our own. So this is where you would see the don't vote. With all of the factors of control over the electoral process in the hands of the minority ruling class, the People's Party can always be made to seem isolated, unimportant, even extraneous. If these tactics still give the appearance of revolution to some after decades of miscarriage, we are justified in replacing them as a vanguard. So this is where you would see the whole, do not vote because, do not elect because you're justifying and legitimizing, so on and so forth. But again, you know, nothing comes from this revolutionary. Like again, there's no materialist, there's nobody storming the Capitol. Like, you know, that's a good example. A good example is who's storming the Capitol. You know, if you at the end of the day you just sit down on your hands and say all is lost, or yeah, man, we lost the election, right? Like nobody cares. You know, like nobody really cares. No serious person is going to care about people who don't do anything. No serious person is really caring about the opinions of the prisoner. Unfortunately, because like or the rhetoric of a prisoner in terms of revolution building, like no serious person's caring about that. All right, when people begin to express their disgust, yeah, this thing is really long. This is a letter. This is one letter. Anyway, when people begin to express their disgust at the demagogic and reformist maneuvers of the vanguard parties, they will discover in real action a new form of political activity which in no way resembles the old. These politics are the politics of leaders and organizers living inside history who take the lead with their brains and their muscles in the fight for freedom. These politics are revolutionary and social, and they are in fact, and these new facts which the natives will now come to know exist only in action. They are the essence of the fight which expose the old colonial truth and reveals unexpected facets, which brings out new meaning and pinpoints the contradictions camouflaged by the facts. The people engaged in the struggle who, because of it, command and know these facts, go forward, freed from colonialism and forewarned of all attempts at mystification, inoculated against all national anthems. Violence alone, violence committed by the people, violence organized and educated by its leaders, makes it possible for the masses to understand social truths and give the key to them. Without that struggle, without that knowledge of the practice of action, there's nothing but a fancy dress parade and a blare of trumpets. There's nothing save a minimum of readaptation, a few reforms at the top, a flag waving, and down there at the bottom, an undivided mass still living in the Middle Ages, endlessly marking time. So this is the wretched of the earth. Okay. And I mean, again, like what else do you expect? Like what else do you expect, really? You know, when I see these leftists critique the government of America, you know, like the question that comes to mind is, can they do better? And they don't exemplify that they can. You know what I mean? I mean, and you might say, well, anything will be better, but it's like, not really. Because if you're talking about destroying everything that was, right, that means that everyone would be homeless. You get what I'm saying? Like, and then you have to go through them and say, hey, I actually want to live at this address, you know? And if somebody else says, you know, I actually want to live at that address, you know, then what? If everything is destroyed, you get what I'm saying? Like it just doesn't even add up. But anyway, in the general retreat to avoid full commitment to right the discomfort out of revolution, some have raised a debate among us that is degenerated into name-calling, quoting the same authorities to validate diametrically opposed ideas, and ultimately creating a process that is dividing us into two mutually exclusive or contradictory groups. The overall effect is to reduce us to caricature. Where more than one individual is involved in any life situation, the fact of subjectivism will always make differences based on opinion and interpretation. A problem in exchange is in reaching the necessary means for the initiation of collective activity. Will always make a difference based on opinion and the interpretation. A problem in exchanges in reaching the necessary means for the initiation of collective activity. Some debates will always be carried on. However, on the basics, we must somehow agree or nothing will get done. All opinions are not of equal value, and there is such a thing as counterproductive revisionism. Stupidity is not unknown to our long-range political policymakers. Participation in electoral politics organized by the enemy state, after recognizing that the whole process must be discredited as a conditional step into revolution, and particularly participation that tends to authenticate this process, is the opposite of revolution. It is a tactic for the ultra-rightists. With history as a guide, we could never make such monumental errors. So again, this is because again, some people might be like, well, look, Oni, there's George Jackson telling you that participating in electoral politics is actually what do you say, opposite of revolution, right? And it's like, yes, I guess, but again, when it comes to America, right, 160 million Americans voted in this election. You get what I'm saying? So 160 million Americans voted in this election. That's about half of the American population, right? Voted in this election. Maybe 60, 70% of the adult population for one of two candidates. The idea that you are going to then overthrow the system that more than half of the people actually participated in, and overthrow their decision for their own government is just like absurd. It's just absurd in the sense of that you think that they would just go along with it. And I mean, of course, if you have the military strength, they'll go along with anything. But until you have that military strength, it doesn't. It behooves us to even concern ourselves with it. Because the reality is that what you're looking to do is to take over the state and pretty much suppress people of the choices that they made to participate in the electoral process. And you're saying this all because, unfortunately, well, for you, because you're, because you're in a terrible situation. But a lot of the quote unquote Americans, particularly the white Americans, aren't in terrible situations. So they're not really that invested or interested in this sort of social transformation that you would be proposing, because you're either in prison or you're in a police state, as John Jackson was illustrating. Like, yeah, if you're in a police state and you feel that that's impedes you somehow, right? Then yeah, you might be like, yeah, I want to change the government. But if you're like a white person in a if I want to go to a park, there's this white neighborhood I gotta walk through, right? The thing, like where they're living, it looks like the freaking 1940s. You know what I mean? Like the 1930s. Like they preserved a little solid community of houses, trimmed gardens, blah. These people are not going to just sit by and let you destroy that because. And on the other hand, there's a black neighborhood where there's crime and drugs and blah blah blah. Like that has nothing to do with that. And for you to destroy everything that they have for the other group of people that they don't even care about, it's just like doesn't even add up why you would, or why you think that they'd go along with it, when you could just leave like they would tell you to, and just get out of the country, and that's exactly what you should do. The history of the U.S., the blood-soaked, urine-steeped essence of its being, the wreckage and demise of its human character under the wheels of 200 years headlong flight with heedless, frightened animals at the control of the machine that has mastered them, allows for no appeal on a strictly ideological level. George Wallace or Adolf Hitler would fare better at the polls of an honest election than Huey Newton and Tom Hayden. But again, what is an honest election as a de facto monopoly capital? So he's saying, yeah, that these people are preferable to these people. But yeah, yeah, because white people like you understand, uh, Hitler, what he did for Germany was he like modernized it. He gave it good roads. He gave it this, that, blah, blah. People got some social like people want that stuff. People want material benefits, you know. And the fact of the matter is that the white folk and the white majority is getting material benefits from this system. So yeah, they want it. And whatever you're proposing isn't really a material benefit for them, and they're the majority. Anyway, repression is indeed a part of revolution, a natural aspect of antithesis. The always to be expected defense attack reflects of the beleaguered toothless tiger. All arguments against this fundamental fact are false and labored to the point of being completely illogical. Can power be seriously challenged without a response? Will the Rara Baron, the Tycoon, the Führer allow us to seize his privilege without resistance? Of course not. Can we steal it away from the greatest bandit of all time with sleight of hand alone? Incredible. The fascists understand the value of mass psychology, are familiar with its use, and hold all the importance and implements of its offensive control. Well, they are not aware of our existence and our general strategy regarding the reaching of people. Yeah, they are, because you're writing to them. Plain and bang, you published the book. The whole situation can be reduced to a minority ruling clique engaging the people's vanguard elements for control of the masses. The ruling clique approaches this task with a what to think program. The vanguard elements have the much more difficult job of promoting how to think, right? And again, like I wouldn't even say, this thinking process is that clear because again, you have 300 million white people who would then be under black rule or something. No, it doesn't make any sense. No tactic can be ignored or discounted in such a battle. Power responds to all threats. The response is repression. If the threat is a small one, the fascist tactic is to laugh it off, ignore it, isolate it with its defense mechanism, media. The greater the threat, the greater the corresponding violence from power. So this is the like I said, the coup attempt. The only effective challenge to power is one that is broad enough to make isolation impossible and intensive enough to cause repression to affect the normal lifestyle of as many members of the society as possible. By compromising and playing at class warfare, we lose. Class war, we lose. If some effective means of threatening to wield power is not used in the opening stages of revolutionary activity, repression will concentrate itself on the vanguard element only when the ideal situation is for the people to feel the raw essence of power. So he's saying it's better for the people to suffer based off of the vanguard activity so that they can fight, which is, which is a perspective, but it's like, realistically speaking, it's not even worth it. Look at this. Nothing can bend conscience more effectively than a false arrest, a no-knock invasion, careless, pain-stricken gunfire. So this is what we are complaining about when it comes to, I think it was there's two different systems at least. Well, there's dang it, man. I'm hungry, so my memory is not that great. But the sister who was killed by the police while she was sleeping, that was a no-knock invasion, panic-stricken gunfire, careless panic-stricken gunfire, right? And then there was another sister who was, her house was pointed out by somebody wrongfully, and then, it was her neighbor was like a criminal, right? Or her neighbor was hosting a criminal, but the house was pointed out, and so her house was bulged in, she was naked, sleeping naked, and then a bunch of guns just came in, and it's like, yeah, that can get that anger in a sense, but it's like why would you want that? They'll frighten some, anger others. Common sense alone tells me whom the people will turn their anger against. Perhaps for a short time they'll be angry at us, but since the pig is a pig, it won't be long before the anger is channeled in the right direction. So he's saying, look, we're going to agitate the state so that the state can do black folk worse, and then while black folk will be angry at us a little bit, eventually they'll get around and be like, you know what, the police ain't shit. Which is, it's an interesting tactic, but again, I don't really see the point in it, to be honest. Revolution builds a stage. I see the point, but I also don't see it working. Real talk, because again, this is 50 years ago. This is at best you could say, hey, it looks like Black Lives Matter today. But you know what happened with Black Lives Matter. Just put in a new president. Revolution builds the stages. It isn't cool or romantic. It's bold and vicious. It's stalking and being stalked. The opposition rising above our level of violence to repress us, and our forces learning how to counter their repression, and again pulling ourselves above their level of violence. That process repeats itself again and again until finally the level is reached where the real power of the people is felt and the ruling class is suppressed. The power of the people lies in its greater potential violence. and this power of the people, their greater political violence, can be brought to fruition only if the conditions in an urban society are created by the application of the focal theory. The focal theory can be effective only when it does not allow itself to be isolated from the people, thus exposing itself to the vastly superior firepower of the corporate state. So let's see the focal theory. The focal theory grew out of the Cuban Revolution and refers to the more or less slow building up through guerrilla warfare of a mobile strategic force, which would be the nucleus of a people's army and of a future socialist state. So, yeah. In the power of the blah, blah, blah. Okay, interesting. So there's no doubt that Fidel's focal was the motor to the revolution in Cuba, but nor can there be any doubt that Fidel's organizational genius made sure that the focal remained in the center of its much bigger revolutionary movement, which it controlled or guided for its military and political advantage. The focal may well be the best tactic to mount the motor, but it needs a long period of preparation, intensive organizational work to set up an efficient, reliable machinery which will not only generate the atmosphere for armed struggle by focals, but will also guarantee this logistic communication, survival program, and propaganda network. The traditional Communist Party of the world claim that they are doing just that. They have been most peacefully for 40 years, and have been mostly peacefully for 40 years. This is not what Bejar had in mind when he said that there has been a real status of hard underground life. Bejar and new left revolutionaries all over the world know very well that a revolutionary lifestyle is a warrior's lifestyle. By stages, he meant stages of combat, and that is precisely the way in which the revolutionaries can be honed into the kind of organization capable of leading people's war. We are at an impasse now because the next level of revolutionary consciousness and activity cannot be reached without calling down on the nation a corresponding and perhaps over-reactionary repression. And it's not the people who dread this level of commitment. They don't understand the significance of it as yet. The dread, the fear, the rest with some of the old guard elements. I refer you again to Mao. When revolution fails, it's the fault of the vanguard party. Some of the fear is the honest fear that revolution will be repressed entirely. These thinkers have historically references that roll them back to Europe to the time of Hitler's Germany and Italy in the 20s and 30s. But I say that can never happen here. Okay. That was too long ago, too far away, and none of those European countries have 30 million irate niggers on their hands. Now, again, I don't really call white people niggers, but whatever. None of that ever had to happen, for the same reason that we don't have to allow it to happen. All reactionary movements depend principally on a handful of individuals, sometimes one individual. So again, nowadays in America, the reactionaries are actually a good number of people. Because again, remember this. I said 180 million people voted in this U.S. election. So 70 million people voted for Donald Trump. Okay, Donald Trump, the quasi, flirt with reactionary in a sense, right? 76 million is almost double the population of black people, children and adults. Okay, children and adults. So again, like 70 something million people, and not just that. The thing you have to realize too is that if Biden only won by 5 million people, right? Let's say there's only like 15 million black voters. You understand? That means that the majority of white people voted for the fascists, in a sense. Now, I'm not going to say that Donald Trump's a fascist per se, but just to understand that, realistically speaking, short of the black contribution, white folk would easily, enable and turn in, enable the rightist side, the side of the European countries, in a sense. So the whole idea that will never happen is not even, because again, the black population doesn't really have much of a resistance, because the white population, as you know, were able to mobilize much better and more radically, all things considered. So that's what I would say. Oh yeah, Breonna Taylor, yeah. KWZ Radio's in the building. And y'all, if y'all don't know KWZ Radio, that's the platform we're on right now. But yeah, all right. So there are many thousands of ways to correct individuals. The best way is to send one armed expert. I don't mean to outshout him with logic. I mean correct him, slay him, assassinate him. Okay, so wait, hold on a second. There are many thousand ways. Okay. Slay him, assassinate him with thuggy by silenced pistol, shotgun with a high-powered rifle shooting from 400 yards away and behind a rock. Suffocation, strangulation, crucifixion, burning with flamethrowers, dispatched by bomb. Auto accidents happen all day. People drown, get poleaxed, breathe noxious gases, get stabbed, get poisoned with bad water, rasbane, germicides, hemlock, arsenic, strychnine, LSD, 25 concentrate, cyanide, hydrocyanic acid, vitriol. A snake could bite him. Nicotine oil is deadly. An overdose of dope. There is deadly nightshade, belladonna, datura, wolfsbane, foxglove, aconite, ptomaine, botulism, and the death of 1,000 cuts. But a curse won't work. All right. So yeah. So again, it's pretty freaking obvious why the government like why the government will lock this dude up. Pretty freaking obvious. I don't think I have to even describe that because, you know, I know people like this. You know, I know people who are like this, and yeah, a lot of times they do this. You know what I mean? They correct people. So it's like, oh, I don't like this individual. I'm just gonna correct him. You know, and that means, oh, whoopsie, there's car accidents every day. Yeah, that's again, if you're in a society, if you're in a society, you know, one of the things that you want is protection from this and people who would do this to correct you for what seems like an ideological difference. Maybe perhaps he's talking about somebody who's doing you wrong, which is one thing or another. But again, that's another reason why societies exist in a sense of, you know, the legal system, judicial system. And you might say, well, look, this judicial system is biased against me and blah, 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 blah. And yeah, it might be. Or in fact, it is. But, you know, that's you know, that's neither here nor there. Like you would expect that. You would expect that in any, like if I make a society, I would expect that it would be advantageous to the black people. You know, if there are people who aren't black, I would expect them to have less rights and less opportunities. You know what I mean? Like I would just expect that. Now America is a society that's built by white people. You know, so yeah, I expect black people to have less rights and less opportunities. I don't expect them to have the same rights, the same opportunities. And the idea that they should, you know, doesn't add up. In fact, there was a shirt that I saw apparently a quote that Dr. King made, which was along the lines of, well, just do what you say you do on paper, right? But it's like, yeah, nobody does that. We're going to have to fight to win. So this is mad long. I'm telling y'all, man. I don't know how this brother could just write this, but anyway. We're going to have to fight to win. The logic of procrastination has been destroyed. A people can never be so repressed that they can't strike back in some way. We will purge the poltroons and fight, or just ignore them. The reality of power is automatic. And I want you to understand, like, what I'm doing here, because you might be like, oh, why are you blah 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 blah. This is literature. This is what constitutes black literature, and I'm trying to show you that a lot of the thinking that we had or have as a people just doesn't even add up in a commonsensical way. And it might seem like, hey, Oni, you're going too hard and blah blah. You know, this guy gave his life, blah blah blah. You know, and it's like, and even if you say that, it doesn't even add up. Like if you read the preface, it's like the dude was just like a serial criminal who then learned about, you know, socialism in prison, but like that's it. You know, he's just like a fanatic in prison. I wouldn't say that, you know, you really give your life, because your life is already lost if you're getting a year to life for robbing a gas station. You know, your life is kind of already lost. And the reality is that maybe he could have gotten out if he quote unquote reformed and didn't express these radical views. And you know, like, more power to him for expressing these radical views. But again, the views are kind of nonsensical, so I wouldn't necessarily celebrate somebody for being in prison for nonsensical views. You know what I mean? Like, I would expect a society, if you say, hey, we're going to correct people by killing them, I don't expect them to say, all right, have a nice day, and go out on the streets and do whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? Like, if your brother, you know, is kidnapping judges, I don't expect the judge to then look at your case and say, you know, after your encouragement, I wouldn't expect a judge to look at your case and be like, yeah, you're free to go. You know, just, we have deemed that you are no trouble. You are no, you know, you won't trouble society at all. Like, he's talking about revolution, so yeah, I expect him to be like, I don't expect white people to just say, just to look the other way. You know, I don't. All right. So the reality of powers, automatic defense reflexes makes it possible for us to measure our own effectiveness. Their effort to seriously repress us indicates that we have reached people, that we are finally in the fight, and we cannot ever be truly repressed. There is quite simply no way for an established government to defeat an internal, determined, aggressive enemy, especially in an urban society. The mechanics, logic, and logistics of urban people's guerrilla warfare cannot be defeated. So this is again, it's just like ridiculous. Hold on a second. Repress us indicates that we have reached the people, that we are finally in a fight, and we cannot ever be truly repressed. There is quite simply no way for an established government to defeat an internal. Like the idea that you can't lose a guerrilla warfare, urban people's guerrilla warfare, I don't think that's. Cause the Viet Cong are an example of successful guerrilla warfare, right? Even the Mau Mau, so on and so forth, but they weren't urban guerrilla warfares. I think urban guerrilla warfares, guerrilla warriors, it's harder. I think like the advantage of guerrilla warfare is to be able to hide among the people or be able to hide, like be able to flee. If you cannot flee, if you cannot hide, then like no, you don't really have victory. I'll say it this way: there's this building. I remember I was organizing with his brother, and we was walking, and then he showed me this building in like one of these areas, like let's say the hood, right? There's this apartment building that if you were to do a crime, you could hide out in that building for years or something allegedly because of the secret passages and blah 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 blah, right? That's probably much the extent of it. That's the extent of urban warfare. But again, you're just kind of inviting a larger military presence. I mean, it's again like I don't see like there's no long term goal for guerrilla warfare in America. Unlike Cuba and Vietnam and so on and so forth, or Kenya. The reason why there's a long term goal is because you'll eventually get over the national body. Eventually the guerrillas rule Kenya. Eventually the guerrillas rule Cuba. Eventually the guerrillas rule Vietnam, right? In America, you don't eventually, like, what do you eventually take over New York City? You eventually take over New York, a state? Or you eventually take over, what was it? You eventually take over Chicago? Oh no, Illinois? You eventually take over Illinois. Somehow you take over Illinois. Or you take over Chicago, at least, right? Okay, you take over Chicago and you're surrounded by Illinois. Now what? You know what I'm saying? Like, now what? How long are you going to have Chicago under your control? If you're surrounded by Illinois, and Illinois is surrounded by the United States government, again, it's a fool's errand to be in this large landmass with no access to water, right? No access to ports, and like it doesn't like you take over a guerrilla. You won the guerrilla fight in Chicago. Now what? Like that's the thing that happens inside of the book. What's this called? I'm telling you, I'm hungry as a mug. You know what I'm saying? Like it's 1:30 right now. I didn't eat anything all day because I was like, I'm just gonna record. Anyway, what's the name of this book? Spook Who Sat by the Door. And the Spook Who Sat by the Door ends suddenly. Why does it end there? Because even if you organize the gangsters somehow, and you're fighting guerrilla warfare against the National Guard. Right? Okay, what happens after? You're surrounded by 300 million people. You're landlocked. Like what happens? So like the situation that you want to look into, and this was in the pro-black compendium, is the Seminoles. The Seminoles do the same thing. They're fighting guerrilla warfare. They're winning these wars, but eventually they have to retreat to Mexico. There's just no long-term existence of a revolutionary in surrounded by another country, unless you could somehow manage to take over 50 governments in the United States or something. It doesn't even add up. Because even in this quote unquote coup attempt, right? If they did somehow take over the Capitol building, kill politicians, or so on and so forth, it would just destabilize America, technically. And maybe even temporarily, maybe then you would have to, like, what they would have to do then is they would have to use the war, the military of America, to crush all the militaries of the American states. You know what I mean? And if they don't do that, then the militaries of the American states would then try to crush this American government. You know what I mean? It's just not a simple process to say revolution. You know, especially in this kind of body of America that's a federation. It's really not that simple. It's one of the more difficult things to overcome. And in fact, I think even what's his name, Machiavelli was writing about that. You know, I read about that in the other one. Sorry, in the opening of such a conflict, before a unified left can be established, before most people have accepted the inevitability of war, before we are able militarily to organize massive violence, we must depend on limited, selective violence tied to an exact political purpose. In the early service of the people, there must be totally committed professional revolutionaries who understand that all human life is meaningless if it is not accompanied by the controls that determine its quality. I am one of these. My life has absolutely no value. See what I'm saying? I'm the man under hatches, the desperate one. And you have to understand this. You have to understand the perspective. You know, like for instance, other people would say, look, I have a family. You know, other people would say, look, I actually have wealth. Other people would say, look, I have a home, I have a community, I have this. This guy doesn't have anything. In fact, they killed his brother. You know what I mean? Well, I think he might have a son, but you know, I don't actually understand that. I really don't. I don't know if he has a son, to be honest. But I saw in the forward or whatever, it was like dedicated to my son or maybe. I don't remember. But my life has absolutely no value. But like the person that says they have no value, like that's not a universal perspective. This is more somebody who's suicidal. You know, more so than revolutionary. But they could, you know, be suicidal with a political purpose, I guess. I don't know. I'm the man under hatches, the desperate one. We will make the revolution. Nothing can stop us. We are not intimidated by the specter of repression. We're already repressed. The Black Legion and their terror leaves us cold, unafraid. Let's see what the Black Legion is, an armed anti-labor terrorist group active in the 30s, repeatedly financed by the section of the automotive industry. Okay. We'll meet with it with a counter-terror. We'll never allow ourselves to be immobilized by a tactic that actually works better for us. The lynch murder of a friend, it makes me angry, not afraid. I'm the next man that must be lynched. My forefathers trembled when his brother was lynched, but my brother's immolation means war to the death, war to the utmost, war to the knife. Violence is not supposed to work in America, for no one, that is, except the omnipotent administrator. But this has yet to be proved to my satisfaction, since I know that a bomb is a bomb is a bomb. It twists metal, shatters concrete, and dismembers men everywhere else in the world. Why not those made in America? A bullet fired from an assault rifle in the hands of Vietnamese liberation fighter will kill a pig in Vietnam. Why won't it kill a pig in the place where pigs are made? Okay. And again, like it's a decent logic, but you know, again, like you'd want to understand the geopolitics of the situation. You know, again, America is, let's say, well, all right, at the time he was writing this, it was 90% white. Okay, Vietnam at the time of he was writing this was 99% Vietnamese. You get what I'm saying? So there's a difference when you're the black population. You know, the Vietnamese are fighting uh, invaders and invasion. Not so much you. All right. So counterterrorism is a facet of urban people's guerrilla warfare. It is our logical response to the repressive measures taken by the enemy state to contain us in an early stage of the rebellion. Our military cadre involved in this activity has a tactical advantage over the establishment's terrorists only if we remain clandestine. While working in the direction of a political front, we must remain separate from it. The ranks of these early soldiers must be absolutely impervious to infiltration. Precautions must be kept made to keep this cadre impenetrable to police spies and less committed comrades. In the coming of the new international, John Garcia observed that. So, alright, hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds, because apparently I got to do something. Hold on a second. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, sorry about that. Apparently, uh, people get the wrong address, and they're all, whatever. Alright, yo, I tell you though, I like this, thing. Where you guys at? Alright, oh wait, let me see if I unmuted. I don't want to be like, I want to be like bit of medicine and not unmute. You know what I'm saying? Alright, anyway. Counterterrorism is a facet of urban people's guerrilla warfare. It's our logical response to the repressive measures taken by the enemy state to contain us in the early stage of the rebellion. A military cadre involved in this activity has a tactical advantage over the establishments of terrorists only if we remain clandestine. Now, again, he's writing this, right? Clearly. While working at the direction of a political front, we must remain separate from it. The ranks of these early soldiers must be absolutely impervious to infiltration. So, again, it's hard to be impervious to infiltration. But again, precautions must be made to keep this cadre impenetrable to police spies and less committed comrades. In the coming of the age, blah, 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 blah. As a leading pragmatist, Lenin believed that the only way a revolution could come all about in Europe in his time was by the creation of a revolutionary organization. The organization has to be tight, well-trained, loyal to the central committee, dedicated and narrow, not only for ideological reasons, hence purges and sectarian splits were to be encouraged during its formative years, but also for security. And Lenin states that the more we confine the membership of such an organization to people who are professionally engaged in revolutionary activity and who have been professionally trained in the art of combating the police, the more difficult it will be to unearth the organization, right? One of Jonathan's reports contains the following. If I find it almost impossible to trust comrades, not after all of this. They say Gloves Davis, a black pig, killed Fred Hampton while he was asleep. I certainly don't have to mention all the so-called defectors who are now appearing before government committees testifying for the state. They were infiltrators to begin with. The house niggers who ran into the high sheriff as soon as someone whispered revolt. I think I hate them. Worse than I hate the sheriff or the owner. I'm just a young slave. Hold on a second. I'm just a young slave, you say, trying to understand and cope with my environment. I know personalities have no place in evolution, but every time I think of Davis, Just Be Simple's Karenga, let me see who Karenga is. Oh, Ron Karenga. And the rest of these murderous turncoats idiots, my trigger finger fairly itches. Okay, so somebody's talking about wanting to kill Karenga for some reason. Hold on a second. And the rest of these murderous turncoat idiots, my trigger finger fairly itches. Non-persons like Karenga, Leroy Jones, and the other right-wing blacks are intelligent enough to know what they are doing. We cannot excuse them with the ease that we can excuse the average brother who has had no opportunity or inclination to search. The mantle of ignorance doesn't cover their behavior. They have no idea that when they attack socialism, the communist ideal, and revolution, that they are not logically or illogically depending, attacking all that is white, etc. So this is interesting. So he's talking about killing black folk because they don't like socialism. So you already know that me even saying anything about this, you already know there's some deranged black person out there listening like, they want to kill me for this, for even this podcast, which is like, even though I'm laying out, I'm justifying everything I say, but this is the quote unquote leftist, they have a lot of smoke for black folk, you know what I mean? They know that Ho Chi Minh isn't white, or Chairman Mao, or Nkrumah, Lumumba, and Toure. They know that there isn't but one fight going on across this planet, the one between the imperialist forces. They know that there isn't but one fight going on across this planet, the one between the imperialist forces of capitalism and its victims. They know that it was for work that we were kidnapped. What else do you feed a slave for? These black men, if you can swallow their swallow shit, have had time to study. Some have traveled. They know that it was capitalist agricultural economics that first caused our pain. So again, it wasn't capitalism, but again, and that only change since then is the decline of the agricultural elite and the rise of the modern bourgeoisie. A sweatshop displaced the plantation. Could it have escaped their notice that all the African states that really liberated themselves booted out the foreign businessmen and are now socialist states? I don't know who's writing this. I feel like it's still John G. Jackson? Still George Jackson? Oh no, this is Jonathan. Okay. I mean, that's not bad for a 16-year-old, I guess. No, I think the strongest suggestion is that they are working for the government, the new house niggas, And what better way is there for them to sell themselves to us than to scream black, 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 like Tom and Boya, whose whole service for the CIA was to redirect the revolutionary state of the people into a thing more compatible with the interests of the Western businessmen. They are spies, deaf to spies. So this is Jonathan Jackson talking about, Tom Boya, if you don't know, is Kenyan. He was right alongside Kenyatta. I think he was, he ran into an accident by the socialist Kenyatta. And it was ironically too because George Jackson earlier condemned Kenyatta, so it's just whatever. I don't think it is personality clash at all for us to teach these black pigs that will not be altered from our course, that the reward for counter-revolution is death. We can't continue to expect or wish for loyalty to the people. We'll have to demand it, and that's both from these cowardly fat mouths who come to us in their disguise, cultural nationalism, and from the class defectors who Tommy gun us in our sleep. I'll make an example of Gloves Davis even if I have to hobo to Chicago. They'll find him strung up to a street light by his heels with our sighing burned in his forehead. Tests must be devised to guard ourselves against the possibility of these fools getting into our separate military groups. There's no way to stop the infiltration of the above-ground political group, but we can guard the clandestine army by 1, letting no one choose us even if they didn't know about us and could find us. We do the choosing. 2, once we choose someone to do the people's military work, they should be isolated and tested thoroughly, and their background checked, and there are patterns to people's lives, especially blacks, that if studied, one can easily spot pig tendencies and connections. Checks could be run through some of our political groups who have friends or sympathizers who own, say, used car lots or any business that generally deals in credit. A great deal can be learned through the various credit checks institutions these days. We'll be using one of their own instruments for the real purpose that they're invented against them. Generally, that's the way it will be throughout the war. So he's saying you can use the credit system to discredit black folk from military, blah blah blah. It's kind of like I said, it's like a 16-year-old boy. So you already know. Texting can be developed into a science, written stuff to help establish for ourselves the patterns of the soldier's background. Full commitment generally comes as a result of awareness, and awareness is the product of study and observation. The things a person has gone to the effort of reading and analyzing say a great deal about his character. In other words, very few black intelligence agents would have studied Marx, Mao, Lenin, Fanon. See, he's given out all of the freaking code. He's giving out all the code. So it's like, these, very few people in general. Because I tell you, I saw this leftist today said some stupid shit on Twitter, and I was like, that's some dumb shit. And he was all mean at me. It was just, but obviously I shouldn't even comment. It was just, I was just laying in bed and I was like, let me just write something. But that's the world. They're not gonna cast like that in depth. No, like you guys barely even know this stuff in depth. And you shouldn't even study this stuff in depth. You can generally tell what processes a man's mind has gone through by what he studied and observed. So examine, even the post office will do that. Written and oral tests, drugs are not to be discounted either. Oral tests under truth drugs. Then you have that ultimate test, the things that no agent of the establishment could do, like assassinate the local head of the Gestapo, bring him out of isolation blindfolded, arm him, tell him what to do, and where to go afterwards and wait, etc. I think you could be fairly sure of him after a series of tests like these. So, again, this is if you actually read the Pro-Black Companion, there's a story called Does My Black Life Matter? Read that story. It kind of actually discusses the same kind of thing, because this is like basic thinking. I'm not saying that I'm basic or anything, but I'm saying this is like basic level thinking. Oh, we need to make sure our soldiers are good, and a good test when we're gonna kill somebody. And that could also backfire. But anyway, we're only thinking in terms of a small, highly trained, super secret, counter Cluxus vanguard group. However, dealing with people you've known over the years and have seen tested and fired already is best, like me, you, and your comrades and mine. The blacks who join the armed expeditionary forces just for profit, the cats who steal them blind and hustle the other suckers, they are starting to stir to become aware also. This Vietnam adventure on the part of the fascists has vastly changed the whole relationship between the masses and the ruling class. Can you detect the subtle changes? The really ugly side of imperialism is being demonstrated for not just the people who suffer its effects abroad, but also to the little sleepy guy here inside the U.S. They're starting now to think the link between foreign words and foreign businesses, and they're better able to make the comparison and conclusions. Ho Chi Minh versus Kai, for example. Some people are all starting to say such things as some form of socialism is the answer. Time to move. We must show them that resistance is possible, and that there's a hard left cadre willing to lead it. Conditions are right now for the, and look, they're just trying to they're trying to lead they're trying to be the vanguard, you know. They're trying to lead, and yet again they're not even in any sort of position. You know, George Jackson is in prison, and Jonathan Jackson's a 16-year-old boy, you know, who's just like, he might have some highly militant ideas, but that's about it. He's still a 16-year-old boy, you know. So you know, yeah, no one's like, if you're gonna be like, it's kind of ridiculous. Anyway, conditions are right now for the beginning, at least, of a revolutionary culture. These conditions have always been present here inside the black colony, but no leadership until now. And again, I want to stress that leadership part again, because a lot of people will critique us for talking about leadership and all that kind of stuff. Yo, how long is this thing? Like, for real. If we can, this is one letter. It's like one letter, but it's like taking forever. If we can keep that, how long was I talking? Cause I'm hungry as a mother, you know. Dang. Okay. All right. Yeah, cause I kind of just wanted to finish it, you know. So I understand if people like tune out, tune in, whatever. If we can keep the Panther alive by protecting the Panther Party, or the party workers, with a show of underground strength, watching the Watcher, assassinating the assassins, I think the people will still start to listen to them. Blacks have grown very cynical to all groups who make claims in the area of problem solving, since there have been 1 million groups and no problem solved. The physical, and you're not going to solve the problem because you're not in the government. The physical conditions are right for the start of a protracted war. We have yet to hit on the tactic for control of attitudes. However, how to make people organize and resist the ruin of their lives, and if it's for certain, we'll never figure out the right tactic if the pigs keep killing off and busting all the vanguard elements. The time has come. Bobby's sees the time makes sense. We can't build a mass movement without finding some way to stay alive long enough to let them know we're here, and that we're not just out to play on them. That we are finally prepared to totally commit ourselves to the fight, that we will never abandon them when the pig moves in with his pistols and paddy wagons, that we will be willing to take it to the graveyard. A show of organizational skill and valid anti-establishmentism will always bring on violence from the fascists. The people know this, so they must also know that the violence can be countered, because they'll believe and respond. Let the ruling class tremble at a communist revolution. That's my favorite line in all of Marx and Engels. From Fanon, it's the time for attacking has ended, the time for acting has begun. Long live the guerrilla. So let the ruling class tremble at the communist revolution. Okay. The counter-terrorist, faceless, nameless specialist in all martial arts is the first soldier of the people. His violence will be swift, surprising, explosive, and tied into a clearly political matrix. In some cases of assassination, it may be wise to make them appear as accidents, but that still doesn't reduce the political content. These workers, properly distributed and going about their tasks with secret, flawless precision and in perfect unison with the political front, will shake the fascists to their very foundation. Their limited, highly selective violence is the absolute minimum for enforcing the demands of the people. Anything less will fail. We are not dealing with nice people who will throw down their guns and submit to our will because we outnumber them. From the vantage point of established power in history, they know that one armed man can control 1,000, right? So he's saying, you know, now this is actually pretty important right here. He's saying that this person right here, the counter-terrorists, and they're not really the counter-terrorists, they technically would be the terrorists, but still, the counter-terrorist, faceless, nameless specialist in all martial arts is the first soldier of the people. So this is something that you should just take it. I mean, I shouldn't say this out, you know, but yeah, this is something that you want to understand. People's war is not polite or proper. It is not possible to limit the scope and range of violence to what the enemy will bear without reacting. Any ideal, any activity that may do violence to their control will never be permitted. People's war is improvisation and more improvisation. It is organizing the masses around their realistic needs and moving them against whatever forces restrict their passage to power. I repeat, realistic day-to-day needs should be the basis of organizing people and making them conscious of revolution, that the world, the universe must revolve, that it will stop, stagnate, and die for no man's privilege. If we accept revolution, we must accept all that it implies: repression, counterterrorism, days filled with work, nervous strain, prison, funerals. Our present problem as soldiers is to protect our political people at their work and enforce the increasing demands that the people and the political result will make upon power. The soldier is the counter-terrorist, the bodyguard, the first of the military vanguard. The distance between him and the class enemy is a free fire zone. He has to be the baddest and strongest of our kind, calm, sure, self-possessed, completely familiar with the facts, and the only thing that stands between black men and violent death are a fast break, quick draw, and a snapshot. Terrible Jonathans teetered on the bow of a political tool, hardened against the concrete of the most uncivilized jungles of the planet, Chicago, St. Louis, Los Angeles, San Francisco, tested in a dozen fires, tall, slim youth, the new nigger with the gun and the eyes of a hunter, the hunter of men. So again, in his perspective, he's the counter-terrorist. But in the society's perspective, he'd be the terrorist. It's just like the quote-unquote coup people. In their eyes, they're the revolutionaries, the dignified revolutionaries. But to everybody else, they're the insurrectionists, and the so on and so forth. You have to realize that you're in another person's nation. And so, even though you might not like their nation, like, the best thing you should do, really, is just get out of their nation. That's what I would do. Especially if I had more freedom, right? Alright, these comrades must make the first contribution. They will be the first to fall. We gather up their bodies, clean them, kiss them, and smile. Their funeral should be a gala affair of home-brewed wine, revolutionary music to the dance of death by. We should be sad only if it's taken us so many generations to produce them. So yeah, again, he's in prison, so he can't even participate in this. Building consciousness and revolutionary culture against the repressive natural defense reflexes of the system means taking realistic day-to-day issues like hunger, the need for clothing and housing, joblessness. It involves provoking repression, feeding on it. The fact of political and political-economic prisoners and legions and the processes used by the oppressor to judge and condemn them must be used as the rallying cry of revolution. Economic crime and even crime of passion against the oppressors must be understood as rebellion. Even funerals can be used as an issue, since there will be so many of them. Improvising on reality is the key principle underlying the building of a unified left and raising the consciousness of the people. It will give us our tactics. In the black colony and other depressed areas of the country, there will be less difficulty in organizing, mobilizing, and altering the attitudes of the people towards their class enemies. However, in the areas of the class structure that can be said to be making it, affecting attitudes towards a revolutionary change in the system of production and distribution will, of course, call for the destruction of their comfort, the manufacturing of a condition where they will be either neutral or complementary to the revolutionary effort. So, again, he's saying that, black middle-class people, if you will, they have to have their comforts destroyed in order for, this quote-unquote revolution to work. And it's like why? The psychological effect, and I understand on the sense of, for ecological reasons, I would completely be on board. If you're talking about global warming and that kind of stuff, it makes a lot of sense. But outside of that context, this is the idea that some people somewhere are maybe suffering, or even just this idea that some dude is sitting in his excrement, reading books and eating, with unwashed hands. That's really because, for pretty much doing, like pickpocketing and stealing and planning to kill a whole bunch of people. If that's what the government decides to do to this sort of person, I'm not really surprised. You know what I mean? And it doesn't really have anything to do with, let's say the comfort levels that I or somebody else might enjoy. Why should that stop because you wanted to do X, Y, Z? Or because you attack somebody on the streets, for whatever reason. Now, of course, I'm hungry as a mug right now, so I don't mind. I might attack somebody on the streets, but no, I'm just messing. The psychological effect of our secret army, the real destructive effect it can have, an increasingly pervasive underground press with new emphasis on a mass style, the popularization of the revolutionary culture, and the elevating of it, both under the direction of an ultra-aggressive political party. These three, with no elements missing, connected to the realistic issue, form the basis of our only hope. There will be no educating, no consciousness, no revolutionary culture, no forward movement without these three elements working with the harmony of a healthy organism. We got 200, yeah. To sum up, the existence of a political vanguard precedes the existence of any of the other elements of a truly revolutionary culture. If the thrust of this political vanguard is effective, demonstrating realistic, sincere designs aimed at the overthrow of established power, it will be attacked by the built-in automatic survival instincts of the established power complex, creating and supporting the need to counterpoise the violence of power. Without the ability to organize a counterforce to neutralize the violence of established power, antithesis dies. We are not contending with fools who will allow us to simply walk in and organize people to war against them. All serious challenges will be met with panic and repression. That is axiomatic. We must not allow ourselves to be hunted, imprisoned, and murdered. So he's hunted, imprisoned, and murdered. And he's like, we must not allow it. Okay. Yeah, all right. We will never yield to terror tactics. We will organize a violence of our own, hidden and more aggressive. We fight from a position of weakness, but there are tactical advices that, if deployed without restraint, will afford us to a very real advantage, right? Uh, yeah, so that's actually not bad. I mean, it's pretty interesting because this is something that you have to encounter this quote unquote leftists of today with, which is the reality that you do need this political vanguard. That's this revolutionary thing. A lot of what you see now is essentially like the Twitter fingers, or the prison fingers. This is prison fingers, Oh, what we need to do is we need to not be in prison, and you're in prison, right? Or the same with the leftists, Oh, we don't like these politicians. They don't do their job that well, you know. Okay, you know what I mean? Like if you were seriously about, like I would be neutral to, this revolutionary party. I wouldn't, go against them or whatever. I mean, maybe I'd even go for them. I don't know, but I wouldn't go against them for sure. So if they were operating pretty well, why not? Like just like the NFAC thing, I didn't really say anything about them, good or bad. I just like whatever, Or even this coup attempt, I was just like, I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, like the reality is that, yeah, walk your walk. You know, the fascist believes that one guard with a machine gun can control 1,000 men, but I know that this guard cannot watch all 1,000 at once. While his attention and gun are trained on a gathering of 10 who whisper freedom, closing on his blind side, my knife will claim his life. A political thrust is immediately followed by a hidden military thrust in the opening phases of revolutionary culture. Leadership must be protected, and it helps people bit by bit to understand and relate to the necessity of violence in any plan to overthrow anything. Overthrow means violence. In our case, it means putting to death. That is the last time I'll repeat this for those of us who are for one dread or another seem not too receptive. Fighting originates from a well-developed kick in the ass. The proletariat or working class is still the most revolutionary class and still the real gravedigger of capitalist society. However, the notion that they alone can or must carry the revolution is too ridiculous and simplistic for any serious consideration at all. The industrial working force of today's modern industrial state may be pivotal in carrying out a successful revolution against the state, but their power and numbers have been vastly reduced by such developments as automation, military corporate elitism, the connection through marriage of government, military, and corporate heads, the new class of National Guard's pigs. They broke the postal strike, government-controlled unions, right-to-work laws, etc. The argument that centers on the ideal that all workers must be politically educated before the revolution can support violent thrust verges on the absurd. Today, nearly 6.5 million of them can't find work, and those who are working seem to be convinced that foreign wars and armament spending are more desirable than unemployment. Exactly. Of course, they should be made conscious of their exploitation, and they must be moved to act in their behalf. Those who feel that they are doing well and those who actually are doing well should be introduced to the fact of surplus value. So again, surplus value is like a ridiculous idea, and it's just like surplus labor in Marxian economics is the number of hours a worker can work in excess of what is required to provide him with minimum subsistence. The product of surplus labor is known as surplus value. It is the only source of profit for the capitalist and least exploitation of the worker. Right? So that's the editor saying that. So just this idea that pretty much as long as you're working, you're being underpaid. Right? But again, I want people to understand that, in this economic system, you're getting paid according to what you have. Matter of fact, on KWZ Radio, there's the Harsh Reality podcast. So on the Harsh Reality podcast, these brothers were discussing their pay, right? They're discussing how much they're getting paid, like at a job, and they were saying that when they go to a job, right? The brothers and sisters, matter of fact, because Sharice is there too, right? And another sister, right? But they're saying that when they're on a job, they like if they're offered a job and it's not the number, it's not the pay that they want, then they decline the job. They reject the job. You get what I'm saying? So like what you find is that realistically speaking, a lot of people when they go to a job, they know what the pay is before they sign the contract to get into the pay. So the idea that you're going to then convince them that, hey, that you're getting underpaid, right? And you're getting underpaid because the person on charge gets a bunch of money doesn't even make sense, because the person in charge gets a bunch of money partly because the person in charge actually invested already lost a bunch of money to get that thing going. And I mean, I can say it this way, if I put $10,000 into let's say, into like a storefront where you sell food, or like a restaurant, right? Put $10,000 in a restaurant, right? Uh, let's say I don't even work in the restaurant, right? I collect a paycheck. The waiters collect a paycheck. The chefs collect a paycheck. The advertisers collect a paycheck. Even if we all collected the same paycheck, right? I would be the only person losing out because I already spent $10,000 to get the thing up. The waiter, the servant, the or whatever you call them, the chef or whatever, right? They don't pay any money to get the restaurant up. So whatever they get, whatever it is going to be a profit for them. Whatever I get is going to be trying to get out of that profit. Now, what a CEO does is that a CEO tries to keep everything profitable for the investors who already lost a bunch of money or who lose money in order to even be a part of that investment group, right? So yeah, to a large extent, uh, what it's just a misunderstanding of capitalism in a sense. It's a misunderstanding of because it's no surplus value. If you're hired to be a chef, you're getting paid whatever they tell you, to get paid. Period. And if you don't like it and don't work as a chef, and if you're saying, well, there's not that much work for me, well, that's because you honestly nobody created the work for you. I mean, what do you want to say? Like we're like human beings. We're animals. You know what I mean? We're animals. That's what we are. You know what I mean? Uh, like that's all we are. All right. So waiting passively for the final verdict of history is not making revolution. It flies in the face of revolution. It ignores the existence of bread and circuses terror from the right and the racism and animalism of the ruling class pigs. It doesn't take into account the fact that they know where we are coming. Uh, they know how to hold on to their privilege and could have held it in this long otherwise. Could they have held it this long otherwise? We are being repressed now. Courts of dispense no justice and concentration camps are already in existence. There are many secret police in this country than in all other countries combined. More secret police in this country than all countries combined. So many that they constitute a whole new class that have attached itself to the power complex. Repression is here. It's time to move with determination. After our victory, no one will escape our justice with the now historically classic line, well, we didn't know. Repression is here now, and we won't reach the next level of revolution to consciousness and activity until we meet it with the counter-terror and demonstrate the people that we are here and resistance is possible. From a letter mailed by Jonathan shortly before his death. Why do we go for this old shit? Most of the fascist functionaries live as unguarded as I do. I could slip a knife between Max Rafferty's ribs. The Agnews and DuPonts, the Rockefellers and Morgans, all the Getty, Hunt, and Hughes type who sneak around in armored cars and jets are just as reachable. Anyone who will come out of his bomb shelter can be had. Imagine what Nixon's armored car would look like if I stepped out of the alley and hit it with an anti-tank rocket launcher under my coat, a ball of fire. Hell will be their reward. So yeah, you can see why they would arrest him. Because again, this Rockefeller, Agnew, Morgan, Getty, Hunt, Hughes, these are all the people who are running the society. So if somebody is running society and somebody who's being run in the society is saying, hey, I wouldn't mind being outside of your car while I blow it up, right? Yeah, they're gonna freaking. I'm surprised they didn't actually. They actually didn't even they waited until this guy did something, which is kind of like fascinating uh, from a governmental standpoint. But it is what it is. Well, the guerrilla needs our help. When Jonathan steps forward with his anti-Nixon rocket launcher, there should be 9 more like himself, with assault rifles to close an exit path for him. And there should be a political infrastructure, a cadre not far away to explain his actions and glean from them the greatest possible overall political effect. Prestige stands between the masses and a revolt against their class enemy. The aura of magic, glamour, luster, and splendid permanence covers the fascist like a protective layer of fat. The slimy scales of majesty shield and conceal the dilapidation of the old bourgeois reign of terror. Although in reality nothing remains but the illusion. They can still organize violence, but the Indo-Chinese have proved that not to be too formidable. Our present task is to illustrate this point forcefully to the people. The fascist industrialist state can organize a ponderous mechanized violence, but this systematic, industrially based holding action is helpless before the fluid, mobile, self-impelled attrition of people's urban guerrilla warfare. With his technique fully developed and established, the urban guerrilla launches his attacks on the corporate military police complex with some of these military objectives in mind. to weaken the local guard of the security system of the dictatorship, given the fact that they are attacking and the guerrillas defending, which means catching the government in a defensive position with its troops immobilized in defense of the entire complex of national maintenance, with its ever-present fear of an attack on a strategic nerve center, and without ever knowing where, how, and when that attack will come. To attack on every side with many different armed groups, few in number, each self-contained and operating separately to dispense the governmental forces in the pursuit of a thoroughly fragmented organization, instead of offering the dictatorship the opportunity to concentrate its forces of repression on the destruction of one tightly organized system operating throughout the country. To give proof of its combativeness, decision, firmness, determination, and persistence in the attack on the military dictatorship, in order to permit all malcontents to follow our example and fight with urban guerrilla tactics. Meanwhile, the government, with all its problems, incapable of halting guerrilla operations in the city, will lose time and suffer endless attrition, and will finally be forced to pull back its repressive troops in order to mount guards over the banks, industries, armories, military barracks, prisons, public offices, radio and television stations, North American firms, gas storage tanks, oil refineries, ships, airplanes, ports, residents of outstanding members of the regime, such as ministers, generals, police stations, and other official organizations. To increase, actually, this might actually be pretty important. I'm just kind of skipping over it. To increase urban guerrilla disturbances gradually in an endless ascendancy of unforeseen actions, such that the government troops cannot leave the urban areas to pursue the guerrillas in the interior without running the risk of abandoning the cities and permitting rebellion to increase on the coast as well as the interior of the country. To oblige the army of the police with the commanders and the assistants to charge the relative comforts and tranquility of their barracks and their usual rest for a state of alarm and growing tension in the expectation of attack, tracks that vanish without a trace. To avoid open battle and decisive combat with the government, eliminating the struggle to brief and rapid attacks with lightning results. To assure for the urban guerrilla a maximum freedom of maneuver and of action without ever relinquishing the use of armed violence, remaining firmly oriented towards helping the beginning of rural urban guerrilla warfare and supporting the construction of a revolutionary army for national liberation. So who is this? This is Jurassic. So again, this is actually pretty important. Yeah, this is very important. So let me just read this a little. The legal security system, attacking guerrillas, defending, which means catching the government in a defensive position. Yeah, so he's talking about how guerrilla warfare could work. The only trouble with this, again, like I said, it's the long-term strategy. You know, which again is that even if you take over Chicago, then what? You know, like then what? You take over Chicago. Now you have a revolutionary government in Chicago. You know? Like then what? Then you're just an enemy nation surrounded by a whole other enemy nation. Anyway, prestige is an abstract and intangible. It has no material basis, no substantial objective reality to be perceived through our senses. One can touch it or taste it, see it or smell it. It can't be heard. So how does it exist? How does it exist? Subjectively, in the mind's eyes, after the fact of some connected circumstances, they may also have been subjective. We're looking for connections. The materialist approach is to examine things in their total sequence, see them in process, not to merely establish their being in fixed sequential images, but to take in the state of being in process, infancy, maturity, decline, things in motion, processed into other things in motion. We're constantly laboring to determine that which governs, regulates, motivates all the separate but related and interrelated processes from the viewpoint that consciousness is determined by dialectical objective development. The prestige of power as the subjective effect of a past deed or reputation, real or fancy, then has a very definite life process. The prestige of a capitalist class inside the U.S. reaches maturity with the close of the 1860-64 Civil War. Since that time, there has been no serious threat to their power. Their excesses has taken on a certain legitimacy through long usage. Prestige bars any serious attack on power. The people attack a thing that consider with awe the sense of its legitimacy. Right. In the process of things, that prestige of power emerges roughly in the period when power does not have to exercise its underlying basis, violence. Having proved and established itself, it drifts secure from any serious challenge. Its automatic defense attack instinct remains alert. Small threats are either ignored away, laughed away, or in cases that may build into something dangerous, laughed away. To the masters of capital, the most dreadful omen of all is revolutionary scientific socialism. The gravedigger evokes fear response. Prestige wanes if its first attack on its power base finds it wanting. Prestige dies when it cannot prevent further attacks upon itself. All intellectual arguments against the necessity of counter-violence, even in the opening stage of the People's War against an industrial establishments such as the one in the United States of America are false, we can stop the debate. Prestige must be destroyed. People must see the venerated institutions and the omnipotent administrator actually under physical attack. They must be assured that the heavens will not hurl lightning bolts at the people's heads for challenging property. Then, although international capitalism has shot its last bolt, it is not exactly harmless. If the threat of the power is truly revolutionary and the first steps into revolutionary consciousness taken with a forceful attack upon prestige, we must anticipate reaction, accept repression's terror, and meet it with the counter-terror of our own. A grave digger needs a bodyguard to protect him at his work, else the grave must be his own. The debate between the vanguard elements should end. The argument that the prestige of power will let itself be educated away is too idiotic to be allowed to stand. Waiting for power to move to its inevitable collapse is suicidal for all concerned. So look at that. Waiting for power to move to its inevitable collapse is suicidal for all concerned. That's what I would say too. Blacks and other third world people have the very imminent prospect of genocidal tactics to contend with, and we can now all see that the modern industrial state, motivated by the interests of exclusive groups of capitalist masters, cannot regulate itself to make possible an inclusive production and distribution of goods, or production without a massive waste of resources and destruction of all that stands about. The debate ends, the action begins. It is not a question of the necessity of violence, but how to organize it to fit our unique situation, to tie it with flawless exactitude to our political activity, and to organize it immediately. Comrade George, I read recently from a textbook edited by my favorite writer, W. Pomeroy, that a city street could actually be considered as a defile. A convoy of any kind trapped in a defile on the countryside is easy prey for the forces positioned above and about it. It is absolutely certain that every fascist military thinker and official in the world has devoted time and study to the work of the great guerrilla tacticians, Mao, Ho, Giap, Rivera, Pomeroy, Fanon, and Nkrumah. The fundamentals of People's War are no secret. It would seem that Giap's People's Army, or Rivera's guerrilla warfare are the other masterworks on poor people's war. Once published for the world to study, would blunt their effectiveness at least a little. That is, until one has studied in depth and understood. Guerrilla warfare by its very nature is invulnerable. Advanced scientific guerrilla war strategy worked out over the first 3/4 of the century is not contrary to popular image, merely a hit-and-run haphazard affair. In spite of the need for improvisation and mobility, and in spite of its poverty and daring, it is scientific. The man who labored over its construction had a task, the forging of an instrument which would enable an indigent and weaponless people to resist and overcome a ponderous mechanized army dependent upon an industrialized base and operating on systematized thought. It is a perfect tool, perfect. No style or army can countervail it. The best example of this new fighting style, the urban guerrilla, is a spectacular success of the Tupamaros, the military arm of Uruguay's national liberation movement. Brilliantly organized, they have carried out a well-planned operation such as burning down plants, General Motors, without harming a single worker, robbing impregnable fortresses of the casino of Punta de Cal, kidnapping hated officials, ambassadors, and bankers, seizing whole towns long enough to explain their purpose and revolutionary commitment, assassinating key representatives, repressive agents. It is the chief of the police special squad, sabotaging imperialism's industrial military complexes, and raiding police military outposts to capture arms and ammunition. So this is actually not a bad thing to read. This is Garassi. So apparently Garassi might have a pretty decent book. I don't know who Garassi is. It sounds like a white boy though, but it might be a pretty decent book if you're interested in this kind of thing. Garassi outlines their fighting strategy as follows. The objective is manifold. 1. To threaten the establishment, cause it to panic and make serious tactical mistakes, such as resorting to mass repression, which radicalizes the population against them. 2. Establish the underground revolutionary apparatus, including both active participants and trusted but passive collaborators who will later carry out the liaison, communication, logistics, and propaganda needs of the revolutionary armies of the cities. 3. Test new recruits in the relative security, for though police infiltrators are bound to creep in and stay in their organization for future need, even if they have to kill their own to do so, the fact that the long-time guerrilling group will operate independently of each other keeps sweeping arrests or urban guerrillas down to a minimum. 4. To demoralize the rank and file and even the officers of the repressive force as they see themselves constantly being unexpectedly under attack. It is said that to kill policemen indiscriminately is to forget the working class background of the complement B. That is absurd as trying to save the ordinary soldiers who the Vietnamese must kill to survive. 5. To panic local capitalists to withdraw their funds from specific areas, thus hurting the local warlords and politicians who profit from these investments. 6. To frighten away foreign investors who will affect the whole bureaucratic oligarchy. and 7, to force the U.S. to constantly extend its intervention, which will tax its resources, hence discontent at home, and spread its imperialistic arms, rendering it more vulnerable abroad. So, yeah, so that's actually what guerrilla warfare would be, especially long-standing guerrilla warfare. But again, you know, when it comes to America, you know, a lot of things are kind of like one and done, one day, you know. You know, in the words of you know, other thing, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. You know what I mean? Like for instance, this quote unquote coup attempt was like literally one day. You know, maybe it's gonna be a second day, but it's not a long-standing. You know, it wasn't. It's not that. So at this point, I must make clear that I am certainly not warning the military establishment or their capitalist masters, nor am I advocating the overthrow of the established American government. What are you talking about? I thought you were. Alright, when I use the initials USA in these observations, it must be understood that I could quite as easily be referred to the Union of South Africa. Yeah, we believe that. You know what I mean? Like, what? Like, dude, just own up. Like, again, they're gonna kill you anyway. Like, that's another thing, too. Like, when you are desperate, when you feel down, like, you can do. That's what I did with my book. You know, when I was like, I thought my book was gonna be, you know, much better received. So I was like, yo, I'm gonna put in what I need to put in. You know what I mean? Like, let this be. But of course, it wasn't that well received. So it's not like, it's not as if you know, it's not as if I really had to do all that. But anyway, but yeah, let me see something. One second. Alright. He said, at this point, it must clear that I am certainly not, yeah, blah, blah, blah. The government of the USA and all that it stands for, all that it represents must be destroyed. That is the starting point and the end. We have the means to this end. The problem is to develop acceptance of their use. The first struggle is one waged within our own minds. We must in all haste transcend the intellectual inhibitions that preclude support of at least the minimum level of violence that must develop concomitantly with each political thrust. Our attitudes must change before we can expect any response from the people, workers, students, lumpen proletariat. We must accept the eventuality of bringing the USA to its knees, accept the closing off of critical sections of the city with barbed wires, armored carriers, crisscrossing the city streets, soldiers everywhere, Tommy guns pointed at stomach level, smoke curling black against the daylight sky, the smell of cordite, hold on a second, yeah, the smell of cordite, where am I? Oh, house to house searches, doors being kicked down, the commonness of death. Then we must learn the forms of resistance, the booby trap, the silenced pistol and rifle, the pitting of streets to slow them down, the wrecking of heavy equipment to block their efficient movement, false walls, hidden sub-basements, tunnels, Vietnamese style, destruction of the critical elements of the facilities that support establishment order. We must learn the value of infiltration. It works better for us than it does for the opposition. We simply stop allowing ourselves to be hunted and do some stalking of our own. Yet secret police aren't really too secret at all. Right now we can go numbering, naming, compiling information on them all. They're too visible to be safe. Revolution is aggressive. Just where are we? Where is this country skidding to? In the morning, the fight will have begun. And considering all the, oh my gosh, I'm hungry, yo. Alright, considering all the establishment's protective agencies, even those that are quasi-secret, none can hide themselves. Any establishment, institution, or organization that enjoys prestige, that exists openly above ground, is by this definition weak, or at least vulnerable to a determined attack. When the purpose of your military tactic is to build and guard some object or point of supposed advantage, the defender can actually be thought of as being under siege. The guard himself as standing guard. The fortress and all its resources, mechanized and human, for all its imposing strength, cannot exist for long under persistent attack, deprived of the opportunity to replenish, repair, renew itself. If the opposing military forces that have laid the siege are nameless, faceless, numberless, and distinguishable from all the millions that exist all about the establishment, when the establishment's military forces sally forth from their beleaguered fortress to do battle, what must be the result? They must cause suffering to the innocent, since it is impossible for them to know us, thus making new enemies. They will restrict the freedom of our known or suspected political parties and projects that are welded to the people, thus restricting the freedom of others who may have been neutral and sympathetic to them. They will make themselves targets for our hidden machine guns, sniper rifles, silenced pistols, mortars, anti-tank rocket. Exactly, and this is the thing you have to realize too. Again, you take over in Chicago, okay? You win. You won in Chicago. You know all the people in Chicago. You take over Chicago. Now what happens when Washington sends its people? You know? And then, yes, they're going to be less discriminated. They're going to be whatever. Or even not even Chicago, not even Washington, but let's say the suburb of whatever. Now they go like this is what the race riots were all about. You know, this is what the race riots were all about. This, and then you're gonna have so much. It's just like you're just in a really tactically bad spot. Period. Our counterterrorism will bring on a stage 2 fascist repression. So he wants the fascist repression. There's no question in our mind. Blacks, men under hatches, above the nature of the ruling class. About the nature of the ruling class. The exceedingly violent disposition of the USA ruling class is well documented with just a glance in our lives and the order of our deaths. The point is to reveal their senseless violence to the entire revolutionary class or classes. And this is what I'm saying. He's saying, look, their senseless violence. All right. But that's what I'm saying. Like you have to realize, at some point you have to realize that it's their government. You know, when you realize that it's their government, it no longer really is the senseless violence. It's no longer really counterterrorism. You know? It's counterterrorism if you're the government. So basically the government, you're the terrorist in this situation. You get what I'm saying? Like it's something that you have to realize that you would be the terrorist in the situation. So, you know, like saying that you're the counter-terrorist doesn't even like it's just kind of like the key to all problems, the problem of consciousness. You know, you know what I mean? Like here's this guy who's like stealing. You know, it's just weird. It's just weird, really. Counterterrorism is a mighty tool and the only one at our disposal in the opening stage of the People's War. In some cases, in other revolutionary societies, this level of violence alone was sufficient to win all the demands of the people. However, I'm sure that it would not be sufficient because of the complexity of the USA, class structure, and the stockpile of potential for the violence. Many of the small demands of the sizable portion of the population are slowly being met at the expense of all the rest of us and the world's people. A new pig-oriented class has been created at the bottom of our society from which the ruling class will be always able to draw some support. Consequently, our task will be to move from counter-terrorist tactics into the second stage of large guerrilla unit operation. Over 90% of the USA population lives in cities and towns. I don't know if that's true, but and although some of it might be actually, and although some of the I don't know, although some of the principles of classic Mao Che style guerrilla operations may be used to stop the orderly flow of inter-city and interstate commerce, most of the real fighting must take place inside the nerve centers of the nation, the cities. This is an entirely new situation in the development of People's War. Whereas the classic type of third world movements generally relied upon the strangling of provincial capitals where the enemy colonial power tended to concentrate itself, in urban guerrilla warfare, where the colonies can be said to be situated within the city, the process of tactics will be unique. So you see what's going on. A lot of these other places, the third world countries, if you will, whatever, if you want to call them third world, whatever, right? Their wars were more like, hey, let's strangle the capitals, you know, by, you know, isolating the capitals. We're the majority, right? Here he's like, hey, we're the minority and we're surrounded, and this is the fight that we want to do. But it's like, even if you win that location, again, you're still surrounded. It's just like with the capital, you know, like with third world countries. It's like you win if the counter revolutionaries, if you will, are the you know, they win, they're still surrounded. So if the surrounding really doesn't bow to the capitals, then they lost, in a sense. You know what I mean? So it's a much more guaranteed victory for the third world than it is for the urban, you know, the urban first world. But all right, through the basic strategy is the same. Though the basic strategy is the same, urban guerrilla warfare differs from all that has ever taken place in the area of guerrillas against the God state. There are similarities between our situation and the growing movement of the Uruguayan people, and perhaps we can draw from their experience. But to be realistic, the disparity in size and population, the relative strength of the enemy's state institutions and their global sweep must seriously be taken into account. Uruguay is a colony of Anglo-America. Defeat of the Uruguayan government and a change in the present property relations would be of necessity mean the defeat of a section of the American imperialist structure. The comparison between ourselves and the Algerian liberation experience is almost untenable, though there may be some small tactical lesson to be gleaned from their urban efforts. It must be kept in mind that the principal battles that led to the people's victory were found on the countryside between massive French mechanized divisions and a classic guerrilla army of the people. The Battle of Algiers was only aided by the forces within. The people's fifth column within the city of Algiers was not a model of perfection simply because the principal effort, energy, and motive forces were located in the classical guerrilla units that engaged the French expedition forces for control of the countryside. At issue there in Algeria were such things as crude petroleum, 62% of the nation's exports, agricultural products, 18%, and some iron ore.
All these basic raw materials were, of course, located in the countryside and had to be protected by the French. The war for control of the USA is unique in that its heartbeat can be stopped only by placing our primary forces in the valleys defiles of its city streets. USA is the colonial master, the center of the imperial process where the raw materials are worked into finished manufactured products to be recirculated back into the exterior and interior colonies. It is a comparison of the classical forms of wars of liberation fought in its outlying colonies, and the one we must yet formulate. A vital question is immediately brought to our attention. Does it work in such a totally different setting? So again, it's a different setting, yeah. Theoretical examination indicates that it does. In fact, urban people's guerrilla warfare may prove to be an even more effective tool than the classical type. The same advantages are present, the same possibilities, plus some that exist simply because the fight is taking place within the cities, the nerve center of the nation. The enemy culture, the established government, exists first of all because of its ability to govern, to maintain enough order to ensure that the cycle of sorts exists between the various levels and elements of the society. Law and order is their objective. Ours is a perfect disorder. Our aim is to stop. See what I'm saying? Like, he's a terrorist here. And you don't want to say that. You don't want to think that. But it's like you have to realize that the person promoting the disorder. Now of course you might say, well, the order is bad. Yes, the order is bad, but that's the way how white people can order themselves. You understand? That's the way that white people order themselves. It's preceded the presence of black people. You know what I mean? It's present in Europe. The absence of black people. So it's kind of like what do you want to fix them for? Our aim is to stop their life cycle of the enemy's culture and replace it with. See what I'm saying? He wants to stop the life cycle of the enemy culture. So they have a culture, and you want to stop their culture and replace it with your own culture. You know what I mean? There's this comedy where these people are quote unquote they're I guess they're Nazis and they're fighting the other people. They're like, hey, we have skull and bones and blah blah blah. And they're like, are we the bad guys? Like technically, if you're trying to replace the culture of another people, you would technically be the bad guy. Now, obviously, I get the perspective that hey, I don't like their culture either, but that's why I would just move. And I obviously understand, hey, you know what, their culture can still have their arms on us, but that's why you would fight them from abroad, as opposed to internally, because again, internally there's no long-term solution for you internally. If you're outside and you fight them outside, there's a long-term solution is that you actually don't have to deal with them. You know what I mean? Like China doesn't have to deal with the arms, the tendrils of America. You know what I mean? Only on its own terms, right? Africa could be the same way. It doesn't have to deal with or an African nation could be the same way. It doesn't have to deal with the tendrils of America, except for on its own terms. But what you find is that you're in America and you're always going to have to deal with the tendrils of America because you are literally in America. Anyway, this can be done by creating perfect disorder within the cycle of the enemy's cultures, life, process, and leaving a power vacuum to be filled by our building revolutionary culture. And again, the power vacuum is not just going to be you. It's going to be these rightists. It's going to be this, that, so on and so forth. And it's going to be the system that was already in place. Because again, America already has 50 different states. So even if you do this little thing, then New York City comes in. New York State comes in and says, okay, we're going to take over this city. You know what I mean? We're going to take over this country. It's going to be one state now. You know what I mean? When the fight takes place within the cities, the disorder will clearly be hastened. This will have an immediate effect of the consciousness of the bulk of the population and will strain the relationship between government and government to the utmost. If the life of the manufacturing city is to be stopped, it is clear that the normal process at least will be slowed by a convoy of establishment trucks, tanks, or troops simply moving into the city's arteries where commercial convoys should be moving. The necessary checkpoints will... And look at this. This is like one letter. This is one letter. All right. Like, how do you even write this? I don't understand. I mean, it's all right. I mean, I don't agree with most of it, but it's all right. Trucks, tanks, or troops simply moving into the city's arteries where commercial convoys should be moving. Necessary checkpoints will further slow it. Each one of the opposition's own tank shells that is fired inside the manufacturing city, and the elusive guerrilla will destroy some aspect of the factory city and undercut the ability of the establishment to produce another tank shell. It will not help the fascist cause very much at all when the armored personnel carrier or jeep patrol equipped with 30 caliber machine guns fired into a downtown shopping crowd and the elusive guerrilla who has taken refuge among them. These people will not. Well, the people will just will not understand. The cities of fascist USA built straight up and with very little real planning or pattern. The twisting side streets, gangways, connecting roofs, manholes, storm drains, concrete and steel trees, will hide a guerrilla army just as effective as any forest. There is the added advantage that just being in an area doesn't automatically make one suspect in fair game, as is the case when an establishment army unit spots a gathering, no matter how innocent, in an area where guerrilla movements have been reported. In the countryside, just being out there defines them. The fact that the guerrilla can hide himself fairly easily inside large population centers does not mean that hard work needn't be done towards the winning of popular support. It simply means that failure to gain full support for violent confrontation doesn't preclude violent confrontation. Uh, if all the elements exist that have made guerrilla warfare in its classical style an invincible weapon against mechanized, industrially based armies in undeveloped areas, they will be more successful in built up urban American conditions. The fact that, and again, this is like idealism, but realistically speaking, if, like, it depends on how many freaking guerrilla fighters you have. Obviously, if you have, like, a whole bunch of guerrilla, like if you have a whole bunch, then obviously you can win, you know? If you don't have a whole bunch, then no, you know? And that's just the way it is for everything, really. Like it's a matter of, but then of course, like how many people are you going to get to be constantly hiding and constantly fighting, uh, and how long, for how many years, and like really will people understand your desire, your need for that, you know, and like what are the conditions, like what is your justification for it, you know? It's not like you're occupied by a foreign population as much as you're literally a parasite on this foreign population, in the sense of they turn on the water, they fix the water, they do the electricity, they give you the gadgets, they do all that, you're giving up all of that, uh, and for what, the facts that make it impossible, and you're giving up for war, in fact, and that's like, no, I mean, no. Voluntarily too. It's not like you had a peaceful life and then, well, not like you remember your peaceful life and then somebody disturbed it, you know? And not like you had a peaceful life in this life. Like for Vietnam, they had a peaceful life. Then these foreigners came in and disrupted it. You know what I mean? Maybe in Cuba, I'm not too sure, but they might have had. Oh, they had like this fascist dictator who's, maybe repressing them. I don't even know. I don't know what happened with Cuba, but it's not. Or even Kenya, you have this village life that you maintain, and then these foreigners come from abroad and they're heavily repressing you. There's a different story, than like you being quote unquote African American and you're living somewhere, you know. You know what I mean? Like that's all that's happening. The fact that makes it impossible for the establishment army to overcome the attacking guerrilla army, in spite of the availability of the knowledge contained in the masterwork of guerrilla strategy, becomes clear when we realize that after the strategy is understood by the guerrilla chief, the tactics applicable to his particular military problems are a product of his imagination alone, a constant creative improvising. Also, working against the establishment's general staff is its own mentality. They're convinced themselves, or have been convinced by their experience at war with other mechanized armies, that having the most at the right time wins wars. In other words, they feel that winning wars depends mainly on gadgets, and they presume that they can dictate the terms and grounds upon which each battle takes place. They're locked in on a fixed set of systemized ideas that conflict completely with the reality of people's war. Their ego simply will never allow them to admit that all the ingenuity that has gone into the development of the Blitzkrieg have been wasted. A $100,000 tank can be destroyed with $2 worth of materials. A jet is useless against the rifleman, and it also can be destroyed with one place burst from an assault rifle, or destroyed on the ground by mortars from miles away. Then too, the pilot years in the making can be killed with a knife. Their copter as a fighting machine is the most stupid of all the costly gadgets. It can be heard from miles away. It can't be armored. A 10-cent bullet can render it useless. All these contraptions require liquid fuel that will stop flowing when the production of all the other commodities stops. Fighting really depends upon the people and small, easily machined portable weapons. Another factor that works to the advantage, and this is actually not a bad paragraph, so I actually like would encourage that. I guess. I mean, it's unrealistic, but it's decent. I mean, it's matter of fact, but it's whatever. I wouldn't hate on it. Another factor that works to the advantage of the guerrilla army is time. The establishment force cannot survive the prolonged unrest that is steadily building. Profits fall. The point of diminishing, and this is actually true right here too. The point of diminishing return is eventually reached, and from there, the establishment forces and energy goes into its last stages of life, where our new revolutionary culture is building musical chairs where each go-around excludes some element of the control factor. The objective, I repeat, of the destruction of the city-based industrial establishment and the protective force is to create perfect disorder to disrupt all of the interacting processes that allows them to produce and distribute goods, and this could be done from within the process much more easily than from without. Really, there is no possibility of an established government ever overcoming a determined internal enemy, right? And of course, that depends on the quantity, you know? That depends on the quantity and quality of the determined enemy. By their very existence, and actually, let me see if this thing is still, okay. Wait, hold on a second. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I was like, this is a long ass reading. Alright, by their very nature, the holder or owner and his guards are exposed to the vulnerable. The comparison between their modes of existence and that of the people's vanguard elements, employing all the subtle scientific principles of urban guerrilla warfare, will demonstrate clearly where the real power lies. Top-heavy establishment organizations that exist openly are always a reflection of the men who staff them. Primary interests of the guerrilla are the bureaucratic institutions that serve to protect the right of the wrongdoer to do their wrong. The local and federal pig establishments. The complexities of the class structure have shifted somewhat since the time of Marx and Lenin. Presently, within the working class, there exists an ultra-right section at the bottom of the structure which feels that all of its demands of life can be met by the existing order. In fact, the working class of USA in 1971 can be realistically divided into two mutually exclusive and conflicting sections, one right-oriented and conservative, the other left to neutral. One explanation for this phenomenon is the loss over the years to fascist nationalist propaganda and state-controlled unions of a clear-cut class consciousness. In effect, it can be said that this right-oriented section, and this is like the Republicans and Democrats. Anyway, in effect, it can be said that this right-oriented sector of the working class is the new class, a new pig class. In their ranks, we find a factory or construction worker, the ubiquitous civil service employee, the retired military career man, the man who sells used autos or insurance, the store clerk or longshoreman about to be replaced by a machine. All of these individuals are not clearly in the new pig class. Some only have just one foot in the grave. As yet, they only have pig tendencies and can still be redeemed. Outright pigs must be either neutralized or destroyed, killed, from the new pig class, a section of the working class whose demands... Wait, one second. Either neutralized or destroyed. So he's saying, kill the police, I guess. From the new pig class, a section of the working class whose demands are small and are being slowly met by the capitalist master, the government draws its greater support. The forces of counter-revolution make themselves felt on the street level through the new class, while above this class, in the loosely defined petit bourgeois level and upper middle class professionals and students, we can find some very real revolutionary consciousness. So now he's saying that the petit bourgeois and the upper class professionals are the really real revolutionaries. But of course, he's confusing. Like, he, of all people, should know what revolution is, but then he's talking about these upper class, blah, 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 blah. Right. There are explanations for this complex and further stratification of revolutionary potential. The history of the USA and its immigrants, the emphasis placed on this subversion of the workers' movement, the unions, and the ruling class, and the apparent, not real, stabilizing of the economy with fascist Keynesian controls and redoubled imperialist expansion, all can be carefully treated to explain the present confusion and contradictions in the class struggle, but most of this I leave to Comrade Newton, who has handled it well so far. This is a comment on what to do with what we have and what we are realistically faced with. Okay. The top-heavy bureaucratic agencies that exist with quasi-social sanctions, and in particular the ones that are given over to the maintenance of law and order, draw their principal personnel from the pig class, and consequently are an expression of that class's mentality, a stagnant, even atavistic mentality that is completely dependent upon regimen and rote to perform the simplest of functions. First of all, the opposition is stupid. However, let me qualify this statement with the observation that they make up for that lack in brain with a sheer brutality. As a result of their original drawback, stupidity, they have expanded to massive proportions and tied themselves irrevocably to a technology based on the massive and equally faulty machines to the point now that it is impossible for them ever to hide any of their movements, to move with any real speed, or to change themselves in response to any change in our attack. The very nature of this apparatus is supposedly legality, and its size tends to weaken it. Their growing demand for personnel leaves them helpless to stop us from infiltrating them. Their cybernetics cannot overcome the fact that men, especially of the pig class, are cyclic. They think, function, and live in cycles. This is more to their detriment than ours. Their science of control turns upon them to weaken and wreck their own institutions. How can a massive department or bureau of regiment with hundreds of personnel ever coordinate any activity without the strictest regimentation, without a massive meeting place to familiarize themselves with procedures, without badges or uniforms to identify each other, without systemized patterns of thought and behavior, without dependence on clear-cut orders? Simple pig types can only learn to function by rote and in cycles. Procedures must be drilled into them and only seldom if ever changed. It is quite easy for pigs to perform a particular function the same way time and after time once he has learned the function. It is not so easy to vary, especially when there are great numbers of the same type of individuals involved. What would be the difference if if each pig were given a different job each day in a different area, or if he had to vary his code every week or think for himself just one 8-hour shift? Chaos. If it weren't for the sergeant or lieutenant and the routine, when the average pig ran out of gas, his car would have to be pushed out of the street by the citizenry. When his bullet ran out, he would have to only a club until he would check with the captain. Yeah. All right. So this is another thing that goes back to the hierarchy and leadership. This is the reality of people in general. The fact that if you're trying to do a massive movement, you have to have the different uniforms. You have to have the different so on and so forth. And if you don't have that, then yes, you can leave it to the improvisation of your own troops, but that can also lead to the troops doing each other in. So just say it this way: let's say the police didn't have any uniforms, right? Now you show up to a report of a gun battle, right? Show up to the report of a gun battle. Who's the cop? Who's the quote unquote good guy? Who's the quote unquote bad guy? If you show up and there are armed people shooting at each other, how do you know if there's no badges and no uniforms? It's the same with this quote unquote revolutionary idea. If there's revolutions going on and everybody's plain clothes, right? Who's the good guy? Who's the bad guy? And this is where you get into the gangs in a sense. But even the gangs have clothes thing. So this is where I want to keep going, but I just want to see that there's mobility. This was a freaking long ass letter. All right. Cyclic men equipped with only a few learned responses can be watched, clocked, photographed, and anticipated. Their code isn't really a code at all. They are finished. A pig is a fool. They have numbers over the small vanguard element and the social license to kill. But once we decide on the proper action, we will find that our enemies are vulnerable. And this is he's right. There's the vulnerability in this thing. And that's why this is the thing that you have to realize, though. The police are, again, like I want to emphasize, the first line of defense. And this is the thing that you want to understand, that there are tiers to warriors, tiers to soldiers, in the sense that you'll find that there is I can't remember where I read it, but there's this idea that you have the regular infantry, the regular soldiers, then you have the specialist troops. It's just the same as you have the infantry, let's say you play a war game or whatever. You have an infantry and you have a cavalry. You know what I'm saying? Or you have archers. You have people who have different roles in the battle, and the infantry is the basic predictable. The police are basically the infantry. They're not the cavalry. The SWAT team's the cavalry. You understand? And you're not necessarily in a position to watch, clock, photograph, and anticipate them. You get what I'm saying? The police, yes. The infantry, yes. The cavalry, no. And so on and so forth. And again, of course, when he goes into his critique of airplanes being too loud, there are stealth bombers. You know what I mean? And they might have been stealth bombers at that time too, but obviously they were that quiet. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously he's in prison, so he doesn't really say anything anyway. But still, I'm actually kind of confused. Was he always in prison or was he not? Because I'm it seems like he was outside, in Kahir helicopters and stuff. I don't know. Once we decide on the proper action, we will find out their enemies are vulnerable. For the soldiers of the people, the guerrillas, though they also must operate with the tightest structure and in complete harmony with their political branches, cycles are not a factor in the operation. The subtleties and fundamentals of urban warfare can be broken down to the simplest terms this way. Mobility. Only the light, portable, easily machined, or easily stolen weapons are employed by the guerrilla under normal circumstances. On rare occasions, he may hire or commandeer a piece of heavy equipment for an isolated or special purpose, which fits in with the improvised extemporaneous nature of this form of combat. The bomb in all its various forms, Bangor, mortar, satchel charges, hand grenades, the anti-tank rocket launcher, the sniper's rifle, the light machine gun, the silenced pistol, the flamethrower, the poison dart, poison bullets, crossbow, the knife, the fist, all form the guerrilla arsenal. Provision must be made to move men and equipment in spite of the conditions of today's streets and roads in the cities. That means making use of the new four-wheel drive civilian-type jeeps, station wagons, and motorcycles. The bicycle will regain popularity. Heavy vehicles, the jeeps, trucks, vans, all ordinary-looking family or commercial-looking vehicles, but armored with either plastic or steel, can be either rented or commandeered. All dwellings should be rented and expendable. They should be equipped so that when forced to leave by tunnel or under hidden exits, the place can be burned to create further confusion for the attacker and destroy evidence. Food and clothing should be purposely simple. Clothing must always be available for disguises, although part of the guerrilla's function is to hijack and commandeer food in non-perishable forms from the enemy's culture and stockpiles. He should also learn to identify the food plants that grow wild all over the country, even the backyards and vacant lots. He should also learn to want less. Okay. Infiltration. Right now we can be placing our soldiers inside the various police and military and prison staffs. Our more gifted and better educated comrades could end up in the intelligence units of the army and police. And here's what I'm saying, like you kill the cops. Right? You say death to the black cop. And then you also say infiltrate the police station. So, if you get what I'm saying? Like, this is why I say you have to have that hierarchy. You have to have that leadership. Because if somebody's acting independently, I'm going to infiltrate the black police, and then they end up on the wrong end of, you understand? It's why you have leadership. It's why you have hierarchy. It's why you have intelligence. Otherwise, nothing means anything. You're all working independently, and then you serve no purpose. Because, like, let's say you infiltrate. Who do you report to? You understand? Who do you report to? Because you have to report secretly. Right? So who do you report to? Our more gifted and better educated comrades can end up in the intelligence units of the army and police. Our major sources of weapons should come from our men placed in the military under seemingly ordinary circumstances. That is our enemy's greatest weakness. Any establishment's greatest weakness is the need for personnel to resist the people. This lays them open to infiltration. The guerrilla army that operates within the city is necessarily small, so we will stop infiltration by being very selective and conducting thorough and murderous tests and making full use of the principles underlying departmentalization. And even that military test is something that could be sabotaged. And the ambush. The only form of attack employed by the guerrilla forces is the ambush, the surprise attack. There must never be any front line or defending of territory. The only engagement that are carried to completion are the ones that we are winning. After an initial attack, if the enemy regains himself and counterattacks, we disengage and simply go home to await the next opportunity when we can catch him asleep with his women moving in convoys on the toilet. And then again, this is why these people, whatever. Camouflage. Nothing ever appears outwardly as it is. The armor, sheets of plastic or steel, is fixed inside the vans and trucks in such a way to make them appear normal when viewed from without. The military safe house, with tunnels leading in all directions and connecting with other houses, a storm drain, a manhole with bulletproof and airtight plexiglass window, encasements inside the house camouflaged with heavy curtains, rooms with doors that are really booby traps that work from the inside, must be made to look like any other house around the block. We must dress and equip ourselves with weaponry that will allow us to move even in units of dozens or more without appearing to be anything other than private citizens pursuing their private interests. We will make use of all forms of disguise: mailmen, policemen, telephone repairman, priest, nun, National Guardsmen. This principle will soon have them shooting at each other or turning the innocent against them. The result, perfect disorder. Autonomous infrastructure. If it is our eventual goal to wear away the establishment's ability to produce and distribute goods, to feed its war machine, or organize any sort of social activity, then of course we must at the same time provide ourselves with the means of performing these functions on at least a subsistence level. Both the military and the political arms of the liberation movement must think of the provisioning of their vanguard element and the people during the dark days when we stop the machine. Military supplies are stockpiled in advance with food staples. Depression days, foraging, and war years, liberation garden must be reintroduced and refined. The military must depend on the people for food. It must also prepare to feed the people from the enemy supplies. So, obviously, like, this is another weakness. You know what I mean? Alright, so then you have the very healthy, spontaneous mass looting. Perfect disorder. At some point in the development of the overall struggle in revolutionary culture, we will have to become totally independent of the old enemy culture, in keeping with Chad's theory of molding the new society around the struggle against the old. We will start from the beginning to build our own infrastructure in every possible area. People, stores, hospitals, banks, buses, armies, the dual power. This building of political infrastructure in the military is succinctly stated by the Minister of Defense of the Black Panther Party, Now again, you want to understand this. Look, so you destroy the white man's hospitals, banks, blah, blah, blah. You ambush them, blah, 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 blah. Then you build up these stores, hospitals, banks. What do you think he's going to do? Just long story short, he's going to destroy them. You understand? Because he's gonna know what's going on. And again, you're surrounded by him. It's not like you're in Vietnam and like I said, the white people might be concentrated in the capital, so you're attacking the capital from all angles. No, instead you are in the capital and you're surrounded by everything. It's a whole different ball game, because now when you build something, they'll just destroy it, and you might be like, well, look, now you're attacking innocent people. People aren't gonna like that. At some point, they don't care. You understand? Because you have to think of it this way: you build a hospital without their permission, it's illegal by their standards. So yes, they will destroy it. They will demolish it. You try to stop them from demolishing it, because like he said, there's nothing. You're not going to protect anything. You're not going to protect any territory. So now you come in to stop their construction, their like I said, guys, I was hungry 2 hours ago. All right, but the wrecking ball. You go to defend that, and then they got you. Perfect setup. It's you're just in the wrong nation. Just face it. I think I've already said the problem that black people find themselves in is that it's one of displacement. You're in the wrong nation and you're fighting the wrong fight. Anyway, so this is Hugh, and he says, we recognize that in order to bring the people to the level of consciousness where they would seize the time, it would be necessary to serve their interests in survival by developing programs which would help them to meet their daily needs. For a long time, we have had such programs not only for survival but for organizational purposes. Now we not only have a breakfast program for school children. Sure, I could have had this breakfast. I could have had a breakfast program here, right? But we have clothing programs. We have health clinics which provide free medical and dental services. We have programs for prisoners and their families, and we are opening clothing and shoe factories to provide for more of the needs of the community. Most recently, we have begun a testing and research program on sickle cell anemia, and we know that 98% of the vitamins of the victims of this disease are black. To fail to combat this disease is to submit to this genocide. The battle is survival. All these programs try to address the deep needs of the community, but they are not solutions to our problems. This is why we call them survival programs, meaning survival pending revolution. We say that the survival program of the Black Panther Party is like the survival kit of a sailor stranded on a raft. It helps him to sustain himself until he can get completely out of that situation. So the survival programs are not answers or solutions, but they will help us to organize the community around a true analysis and understanding of the situation. When consciousness and understanding is raised to a high level, then the community will seize the time and deliver themselves from the boot of their oppressors. So that's actually a better idea, to be honest, but still. It's called Black Capitalism Reanalyzed. Okay. And following this strategy, we at once fill a very real vacuum that already exists in the black colony, brown and poor white too. And look at that, brown and poor white too. Okay. Where the people are not being fed, clothed, provided with adequate medical treatment or transportation facilities. This will create the consciousness that comes from the introduction of the people's government. It will help the people to understand the forces and energy of revolution. We are organizing them around their needs. We will not distract them with such empty questions as who will be elected from which political party. All political parties, as things stand, will support the power complex. And obviously the political party will support the power complex because the politics is where the power is. So it behooves you to not it just doesn't make any sense. All right, any individual elected will either be a supporter of the established politics, obviously, or an individual. What would help us, in fact, is to allow as many right-wing elements as possible to assume political power. Now look at that. They're saying they'd rather the right-wing politics. It's like, what? And then it's like, what is that going to do? Like I said, we had Trump for 4 years. What did it do? What did it do for it? Like, how were black people more revolutionary? If anything, the white people were more revolutionary. But anyway, the warnings that are thrust towards self-determination will bring on fascism are irresponsible or being unrealistic. The fascists already have power. The point is that some way must be found to expose them and combat them. An electoral choice of 10 different fascists is like choosing which way one wishes to die. The holder of so-called high public office is always merely an extension of the hated ruling corporate class. It is our benefit that this person be openly hostile, despotic, and unreasoning. We are not living in a nation where left-wing parties hold 80 out of 200 seats in the congressional body, or even 8 out of 200. There is a huge nation dominated by the most reactionary and violent ruling class in the history of the world, where the majority of the people just simply cannot understand that they are existing on the misery and discomfort of the world. They have been hypnotized into believing that criticism of the expansionist policies of imperialism is really isolationist or injurious to both the USA and the world. We are faced with two choices: to continue as we have done for 40 years, fanning our pamphlets against the hurricane, or starting to build a new revolutionary culture that we will be able to turn on to the old culture. Collectively, we have that choice. The black colony, as it sits out here alone, has no such choice. It is a report from Brandon Jackson in early 1970. He said, "We are not going to wait until the USA attacks the people of the USA, or Angola, Mozambique, or any of the other African nations and form it. We can't wait. We shouldn't even allow this thing to happen in Indochina, Bank of America, Chase Manhattan, First National City Bank of New York, Irving Trust, the Morgan, blah, 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 the Continental, National, blah, 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 and a dozen firms all have great financial interests in the USA now. In 1966, the USA invested in one small African nation with $670 million. It almost doubled since then. In 1968, 70 to 75% of all goods from the USA enter the USA duty-free. Soon we'll be asked to fight the people of the United States of America because they're getting their people's army together. No, I'm not waiting for them to attack a new part of Africa or Asia. I'm entering the war now, on the side of the Vietnamese. The black colony USA has little choice. We must enter the war on the side of the majority of the world's people, even if it means fighting the USA majority. We fight to live." See what I'm saying? He's fighting the USA majority. It doesn't make any sense. We fight to live. And I'm not saying it doesn't make any sense. I'm just saying that if you're looking at it from the perspective of the powers that be, in a sense, right? Like this is clearly like an admission of attack. You know? Like everybody's going to defend themselves, right? And the only question is, how do you defend yourself? You know, if you defend yourself in a situation where you're in a minority, you know, like you're still the minority at the end of the day. We fight to live, and we're learning to fight. It'll be a war to the knife if necessary. We can't wait until the generation that thinks of blacks as niggas and the rest of the world as gooks, chinks, spics has been educated away. It may be the reverse that happens. We niggas and gooks may be blown away first. Or if we survive, what will we inherit? A desert? We'll mass what people can. Damn, this is long. Alright. Come on. Oh, gosh. And y'all see I was standing this whole time, right? Alright. We'll mass what people we can. Perhaps that won't be the whole lower class. Let me see the link. Hold on here. Are there any white women here? Please DM me. Hold on, what are you talking about, man? You know what I mean? Like, sure, you know a brother show up when he's asked that. No, I'm just messing. Alright, anyway. We'll mass what people we can. Perhaps that won't be the whole lower class. We'll mass ourselves and any ally we may be able to draw from the whole class structure, and we'll attempt to wage a war on property and property rights. Essentially, that is a fight. But even then, some men will die in all forms of war. But if we cannot draw the support that is necessary for such a war, then we will see a positive benefit for the majority of the world's people in the reduction of this whole country to a vast wasteland and a graveyard for 200 million of history's most damnable fools. So he's saying, and this is actually a good point though, realistically speaking, if things went south for the people in America, right, you know, I lose the property, you lose your property, you know, if you're in America, you know, all you lose that, you know, it would be better for the people outside of America. Even in this quote-unquote coup attempt, if the fascists were to have taken over America, what would happen would be, like, the American government would be fractured, and in that fracturing, America would be weakened abroad considerably. And if it's weakened abroad considerably, yes, the world would benefit generally, you know? So, like essentially, black people in America, you know, like just being in America actually works against the cause of people all around the world, you know. So that's something that you have to like also consider that realistically speaking, that you like even when I say repatriate, it's like, you know, the fact that you want this system, like the fact that you have something here, or that you think you have something here, right, makes it so that, you know, like people might be sympathetic to you, and in that sympathy, you know, it would it kind of diminishes that. I mean, if people are actually sympathetic, I don't know, but the way how you collectively, well, like for instance, black people in America is like, oh, Black Lives Matter, and like everybody around the world is like, oh man, with sympathy for those poor lot, you know, it's like it's different from like if people were just like America needs to go, you know what I mean? So yeah, like technically, I could actually agree with this idea that, but again, like what that means for like those who are in America who have something in America is like, well, but of course, you know, who cares? Because like the world would benefit, but you know, it is what it is. But again, like, but more so, it's like nobody's doing anything anyway, so who cares, right? In People's War, urban style, each political move toward organizing people around their realistic needs will support a corresponding military move. This unity of politics and war will increase the overall revolutionary consciousness by degree to a point where mass consciousness can be said to exist. The Black Panther Party is the largest and most powerful political force existing outside establishment politics. Didn't know that. It draws I don't think it is, but anyway. It draws its power from the people. It is the people's natural political vanguard. Now let us assume the existence of a small, tightly knit, totally committed and separate military vanguard such as Jonathan Jackson attempted to build. Jonathan was my brother and closest comrade. I knew him. He was a real super nigger. He worked at it hard. He took complete control of himself. He learned every weapon in the human arsenal, from the flying side thrust foot attack and the quick draw snapshot to the manufacture and use of the mortar. He knew 6,000 ways to kill a man, 30 with a simple stroke of an empty hand or foot. He was 17 years old when he died in the service of the people, on the side of the black colonies, and with the courage of the whole colonized world. Let's assume where Jonathan is concerned that our battle cry reaches some receptive ear, and another hand reaches down to take up our weapon. We have two completely harmonized fists: the left front ram of the Black Panthers political party thrust, and the left black back ram of the August 7th movement. Alright. And that's another thing too. It's like, anyway, it's just sad that this kid he died the way he died, and then on top of that, I don't know if he killed anybody. Let's further assume that this nation is one huge city that we can call by its rightful updated name, Johannesburg. This clarifies the understanding of urban people's war, the concept of a true internationalism, and the connections and interactions, processes, and effects of the people at war under the leadership of the vanguard, which wields a double-edged sword against its isolated enemy elements. All the cities of this country can be treated as one interconnecting entity due to the necessity of exchanging and the interaction caused by specialization. We can now deal with them as a single entity because of the national character of the vanguard party and revolutionary consciousness within the inner black colony. All Anglo-Western cities are generally the same when they are reduced to the critical features that support them. I could be talking about London, New York, Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, Paris, Berlin, or Rome instead of Johannesburg. Now picture the USA as a city of the world surrounded, besieged, and slowly strangled to death by a third force under arms. Using Mao's theoretical springboard, I wish to make further comment on the hypothetical super-technological city-state and its vulnerability. Alright, any honest expert in the overall strategy and logistics of classic Western mechanized warfare, the war of the industrially based established state, will admit that the scientific guerrilla force must be outnumbered 10 to 1 in manpower by the mechanized force if it is to be contained at all. The establishment, and again, 10 to 1 is not too unrealistic when you have 300 million people. But again, the establishment army, because again, America is like the second largest nation on the planet. Just throwing that out there. The establishment army, the defenders of property, of the industrial complex, armed with the tools and weapons of heavy industry, must field 10 men for just one guerrilla. This point is a strong indication of the relative effectiveness of the two fighting styles. Recent reports, March 1971, coming in from the Indo-Chinese theater, describing such debacles as 80 USA 40-ton tanks racing in wild retreat before the guerrillas. Puppet soldiers and USA mercenaries, in their haste to disengage from the people's forces, are lashing themselves to the runners of these rescue helicopters. Disaster for the man with the most and best equipment is threatening and imminent. Now is the time for us to fill the streets with our protests, clog the tunnels, and backstairs of covert totalitarian government with every weapon at our disposal. The effectiveness of rallies and mass extermination has not come to an end. Their purpose has diacritically altered, but the general tactic remains sound. Today, the rally affords us the opportunity to effect intensive organization of the projects and programs that will form the infrastructure of our communes. If the mass rallies close as they have in the past, with a few speeches and a pamphlet, we can expect no more results than in the past 2 hours later. And then in the past 2 hours later, the people will be American again instead of people, but going among the people at each gathering with clipboards and pens and painfully ascertaining what each can contribute to clear-cut, carefully defined political projects as a distinction between intensive organization and sterile, stilted attempts to build new unions, rank and file, or elect a socialist legislature. So, this is something that you always see. Instead of us going to march, we should be there with clipboards and blah, blah, blah. We see this, and the thing is that he wrote this 50 years ago. And we're still saying the same thing. The reality is that it doesn't work, it's not going to work, and that's it. Like, it's not going to work. Like nothing you're going to do here is going to work. Period. And the sooner you get that, the sooner I could stop talking. You know what I mean? And we could, be building something or something, Anyway, however, as we start the projects that will eventually move the workers and the whole community into open conflict with the ruling clique, my own personal observations lead me to the independent conclusion that the political vanguard and even its early project need to be defended. Clearly, the political cadres need protection from the enemy cultures, military, and secret police and vigilante death squads. Armed struggle is at the very heart of revolution. If the problem of the people cannot be redressed because the necessary resources are in the hands of relatively few families and individuals, it means we are going to have to seize their property. This property. Seizing property has always meant some form of war, some form of armed struggle. Of course, if you're taking someone else's property, they will fight you, obviously. If they can fight you, they will fight you. It's like if you want to take my house from me or whatever, if you want to take blah blah blah. And I'm not saying that's per se, if they can fight you, they might want to defend their property. Yeah, obviously. If history is our guide, it clearly records that nothing of any great value has ever changed hands without a struggle, or at least a show of or threat of violence. Men simply don't surrender what they think of as their privilege and property except by force. History itself is economically motivated class struggle. There's simply no way to compare this society or its historical experience with that of a tiny colonial country like Chile. Allende is not seizing property, his government is buying property. Until the Chilean ruling capitalist class is suppressed, the Chilean revolution is as meaningless as the Swedish experiment. Socialist governments which attempt to coexist with capitalist economics completely forget the economic motive of human social history. Revisionism has given birth to countless socialistic hermaphrodites, always to the detriment of people's power. Strained, tortured definitions of social existence and organization have trapped the people in so many contradictions that most have given up all hope of harnessing the modern industrial state or even understanding it. England before the Tories or between the Tories is liberal socialist. Military dictatorships, clearly totalitarian, are ruled by cliques traveling under the designation Revolutionary Council, etc. So of course, he critiques Sweden and Chile, but it doesn't really grasp that, realistically speaking, just because you feel like, private property is oppressive and blah, doesn't mean that people throughout human history will also agree. Technically, technically Wazungu's always going to be exploitative. That's what it is, but that doesn't mean necessarily that they can't do things that, would be beneficial to them in a sense, Like some people were talking about the Swedish, I think it was the Swedish economy, and how essentially like when you talk about houses, like anybody can get a house from the government, you know what I mean? Like they can take out a loan, like anybody gets this loan, and the loan's covered by the government, all that kind of stuff. So it's like, that's different from what you have, So you're looking at it from Americanized and American perspective, doesn't really necessarily translate to the Swedish position, where you're saying, now the Swedes aren't going to be revolutionary, they're not going to overtake their government. It's like, yeah, maybe they're not, maybe they're actually happy, you know what I mean? And maybe they're not dealing with the negativity that you feel like they're not dealing with. No argument has any substance of its conflict with the objective conditions, the clear and controllable facts. In our case, the facts can be read from the national dailies, in the obituary sections. Blacks who seriously advocate revolution are killed. Yeah, obviously. Obviously. What else are you going to do with people who seriously advocate revolution? Blacks who attack property relations are slated for the graveyard or the prison camp. Yes. Like, what else do you expect, though? Do you expect them to roll out the carpet? I mean, you just said people are going to defend their property. They're going to defend their government. Like, what do you expect? I don't understand. Like, what do you expect the opposition to do? You're making it seem like they're doing something out of the ordinary. Hey, you're trying to destroy my way of living? Okay, well, keep doing it. Keep doing it. More power to you, brother. What? What do you expect? All right, it's a national cultural tradition. These are the facts. It follows that an oppressed class which does. But how long is this? Okay. An oppressed class which does not strive to learn to use arms, to acquire arms, only deserves to be treated like slaves. We cannot forget, unless we become bourgeois, pacifists, or opportunists, that we are living in a class society and that there is no way out of the society, and there can be none, except by means of the class struggle. In every class society, whether it is based on slavery, serfdom, or at present on wage labor, the oppressing class is armed. Okay, so this is Vladimir Lenin. So yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. And actually, that's the same thing that what's his face said. That white boy, Machiavelli. Machiavelli was saying that same thing. He was like, it's only the armed prophets that win. The only armed prophets lead successful revolutions. So the vanguard cannot stay alive long enough to effect a broad consciousness unless it possesses the latent threat of force. They're going to claim that our clothing projects, the Purple Bazaar, the People's Store, and decentralized cottage industries are fronts for stolen property. The establishment will claim that the Vanguard Party is feeding and clothing people with goods stolen from the old enemy's culture. They claim that we're buying it from the city-states lumpen who steal everything they can sell, or that we're ripping it off of ourselves. Of course, they'll be used to justify an attack upon our political projects, our infrastructure. This also be justified by them in a dozen different ways. Whether we establish ourselves in storefronts or in our homes, they will attack us behind the fire ordinance, the sanitation department, the anonymous tip. The establishment's mercenaries will break into shooting, and all of us who are not killed will go to jail for violating the fire ordinance, resisting arrest, attempting murder, and receiving stolen property, etc. It is predictable as nightfall. I am convinced that any serious organizing of people must carry with it from the start of a potential threat of revolutionary violence. Without it, the establishment forces will succeed in isolating the political organizers and closing down his project before the people can feel its benefits. Self-determination requires a small, hidden, highly trained army equipped with the very best and most destructive of military weapons and a bodyguard of counter-terrorists. I want to just stress this right here. If you read Martin Delaney, he tells you that the only thing that's going to protect black people in America is their military. So after the Civil War, black people had armed like 40,000 soldiers, you know, but they dispersed them. So that's really the story of black America. Okay, the fact that you had something that could protect you, and you got rid of it. That's it. That's the whole story of America. If you want any more from the story, you know, you tough out of luck. That's the whole story. You know, the Vanguard Party distinguishes itself in the service of the people, and superimposes itself over the old culture through the city-state. Hold on a second. I gotta make sure I'm still recording. All right. Still last. Alright, the Vanguard Party distinguishes itself in the service of the people and superimposes itself over the old culture through the city-state. Tactics designed to further the development of revolutionary consciousness must be based upon the prevailing state of class and race antagonism created out of the new relationship. We can be certain that the nucleus of a clandestine army will already exist by then. The government's repressive agencies will also be well infiltrated by blacks and other revolutionary people. Infiltration is the work of the professional revolutionary. Infiltrating the establishment's protective agencies will also tend to neutralize the ruling class's attempt to isolate the black vanguard coming from the larger body of the class structure. All efforts to isolate the vanguard community must be resisted. The black colony must actively invite other revolutionary people to follow their example. We must give refuge to the refugees and eventually work out some means to coordinate our operations with theirs at every level. However, we cannot delay our own preparation towards a united black revolutionary culture. No one will undertake it to aid us unless they sense the power of our movement. It is blacks who must play not only the role of liberating the black colony, but also the leading role in the liberation of the whole city-state. To expect that someone else will take the full responsibility for our own liberation is suicide. We'll be asking to be patient for another 100 or 150 years. We'll get stuck with long theoretical explanations on consciousness or objective conditions when it's clear that consciousness will not grow unless there is someone among us willing to feed it. Okay, alright. Consciousness grows in spirals. Growth implies feeding and being fed. We feed consciousness by feeding people, addressing ourselves to their needs, the basic and social needs, working, organizing towards a united national left. After the people have created something that they are willing to defend, a wealth of new ideals and autonomous subsistence infrastructure that they are ready to be brought into open conflict with the ruling class and its supporters, this conflict must extend to every level of capitalist production and distribution. Consciousness of our power will grow as a result of the mass contact with the ruling forces. There is no question that people must be organized and educated to the benefit of people's government before they can successfully move against their class enemies. However, there seems to be some question as to how seriously we should take ourselves and our way of organizing. When we meet resistance, should we acquiesce, withdraw, wait it out, or intensify? Should we meet violent reaction with a more determined violence, the type that puts 80 tanks to flight in Laos? In other words, if the fascists don't like what we're doing and attack us through a lynch mob, the police force and judicial branch of the government, should we relent, or should we accept their violent reaction as a natural response to our challenge and organize against it? Every step, every stage towards a unified black commune will meet great resistance. Resistance will come in some form of violence. It is clear that if we don't learn to overcome all resistance, no forward movement will be made. Discovering ways of meeting and overcoming resistance. So this is actually true, but again, you shouldn't even be in this country. It is clear that if we don't learn to overcome all resistance, no forward movement will be made. discovering ways of meeting and overcoming resistance, demonstrating to ourselves that we can, is a fundamental antecedent into the growth of revolutionary consciousness because it will be under attack every step of the way. 100 years ago, it would have been the same. 100 years from today, it will be the same. We'll take our mule and 40 acres now, collectivize them, defend them, invite other revolutionary people to follow our examples, making allies, then lead to destroy the fascist pseudo-mass culture from within. So again, you want to understand this, right? You know, you're saying there's going to be resistance. Yes, there's going to be resistance. It's just like if Ghanaians were to form their own commune in Nigeria, right? At the detriment of other Nigerians, right? Uh, then yeah, Nigeria will come and try to crush that. You know, that's even just black on black, right? But that's just the idea. You're in somebody else's nation, so yes, they're going to try to stop whatever it is you're trying to do. That's trying to overthrow them. That's just common sense. You know, if you're trying to overthrow somebody else, then they're going to be against you. As the people move into more significant areas of anti-establishment projects that will be hurled violently into contact with the defenders of the present state of property relations at the level of production, distribution, and property rights in general, then we will discover that their power and their new fighting style actually depends on their greater potential for violence. The size and complexity of the things are not an index of strength. This struck me forcibly. Alright, hold on a second. As the people move into a more significant area of anti-establishment projects that will be hurled violently into contact with the defenders of the present state of property relations at the level of production, distribution, and property rights in general, they'll discover that their power and their new fighting style actually depends on their greater potential for violence. The size and complexity of the thing are not an index of their strength. This struck me forcefully one evening as I flipped through one of the nation's new weeklies and spotted a photograph of a huge self-propelled 15mm cannon lying on its side, its barrel spiked forever. A man on foot, armed with a rocket that weighed less than 4 pounds, had destroyed it. The larger and more complex the city-state, the more it is dependent upon all the other parts. The cannon was hit at its base, and its moving parts of its tread, with which destroyed, and the death machine fell on its own weight. How can the super-technological state operate without electricity or power, without water, transport, communications, sewage systems, utilities? None of these can be protected. Their sheer size alone makes it impossible. How can the establishment protect an electrical supply line with thousands of transformers, etc.? Effective positioning of the guards is militarily impossible. A man every 25 feet up and down the million miles of line can't protect it. It would also break the class that paid for the protection. Since a break at any one point renders powerless huge sections of the area served, the cost of supporting the guards would bankrupt any nation. The guerrilla would simply overwhelm the guardians point by point. And this is the essence of the poor man's war. The essence of the guerrilla strategy, the protective war of the worker bees. So that's actually a pretty good paragraph right here. So, I could have done that highlight thing. Right? Surprised I didn't do the highlight thing. There were some pretty good paragraphs. I don't know. One second. Okay. Alright, did I able to save that? Alright. Okay. So, yeah. So then, the only valid form of union activity is seizure of union leadership by any means necessary. We must call strikes to enforce our demands on capital. To enforce the strikes, we must stop the power supply. Standing in the gateway with a placard and a pamphlet alone will not dull a worker's short-term interest in wage slavery. The very first impulse is to eat. See, I'm hungry right now. With right-wing union leadership gone and the black workers revolutionized through his contact with the black commune, even the fascists who exist without any sense of community or class consciousness can possibly be won over, or at least rendered neutral. Either way, they won't be able to break strikes with the power lines down. The power of our military strategy sitting beside our political infrastructure depends on constant attack. Improvisation, aggression, attack on property, the utilities that feed the superstate, indirect and direct attacks as the productive point in the distribution system. As I stated, I actually thought it was going to be finished by now. As I stated, the Western military experts admit that the mechanized establishment guard must outnumber the attacking workers by 10 to 1. What they cannot afford to admit is that even with their numerical superiority, they cannot win. They are learning this in every theater of combat. In a class war, they could never ever rise to a 10 to 1 numerical superiority. Even if they succeed in employing the degenerate elements of the lower class created by a long history of contrapositive mobilization of reactionary mass society as mercenaries or vigilantes in the early stages, the advantage is still ours. As 10 to 1, we still enjoy strategic military superior if you're attacking, because they must defend so many different points vital to the order and continuity of their life support system, all at the same time. The point to be protected will always outnumber the points who are available to protect them. That's a point right there too. So the super technological city-state has grown so complex that it is completely dependent upon its thousands of related parts. It has grown so large that no force can be so fielded to protect it, all its vital parts. The essence of the guerrilla technique is to cripple and finally stop the life support system of the enemy's class or state. The advantage of the anti-establishment forces can be best understood by picturing the need for the establishment forces to spread themselves thin in the vain attempt to protect the mechanical base of their source of power, which of course works out to be the various forms of productive and non-productive property. The mobile have-not, the attacker, can concentrate his forces, even though initially they are numerically inferior, to actually outnumber and overwhelm the thinned-out forces of the establishment by attacking at 1 or 2 points at a time. In mal-selected work, he speaks ingenuity and mobility as necessary qualities of any guerrilla operation. Now, of course, this is the thing you have to understand. Again, the thing that's being misunderstood here, right, this is actually pretty important, is that if you're in America, then you're talking about a population of 300 million. And, like, regardless of what city you're in, you know, you don't have that many guerrillas. Because the city might be like 1 million people, right? 1 million, 2 million, maybe even 5 million people. Who knows, right? How many of those people are going to be guerrillas is the question, right? Of those, let's say it's 5 million, right? Those guerrillas, they're going to be, let's say, I mean, I wouldn't even think of this much, but let's say it's 50,000 guerrillas. Now, that's a huge number. You probably don't have that many, right? But 10 to 1 for 50,000 is 500,000, right? America has that many soldiers, or in fact, it has 1 million. You know, so again, you know, like you don't have 50,000 guerrillas. You know, you have this guy and his brother, pretty much. You know, you don't have 50,000 guerrillas. But then America does have 1 million soldiers. So it's kind of like no, you know, like you're looking at situations in other countries where in other countries, you know, like the white man might have 4,000 soldiers, you know, and a population of 5 million people. You get what I'm saying? And then he might have 4,000 guerrillas and 4,000 soldiers. You know what I mean? That's where you see the guerrilla warfare winning. But in America, it's not the same situation. So it's kind of like you're outlining the tactics correctly, but you're naming them in the wrong population. You know, because the other states in the government, the other states in the country are going to intervene. You know, they're not just going to sit by on their hands. You know, so Arkansas, Rhode Island, Georgia, or not Georgia, but you know, I don't know the states. You know, Michigan, whatever. They're going to get their soldiers, you know, from these rural areas, sign up for this, you know, war against the revolution, blah blah blah, or this war against, you know, black tyranny, and they're going to sign up and they're going to show up. That's it. The ancients said ingenuity and varying tactics depends on mother of wit. This ingenuity, which is what we mean by flexibility, the contribution to the intelligent commander. Flexibility does not mean recklessness. Recklessness must be rejected. Flexibility consists in the intelligent commander's ability to take timely and appropriate measures on the basis of objective conditions. After judging the hour and sizing up the situation includes the enemy situation, our situation, and the terrain. And this flexibility is ingenuity and varying tactics. On the basis of this ingenuity, we can win more victories in quick decision offensive warfare on exterior lines, change the balance of forces in our favor, gain the initiative over the enemy, and overwhelm and crush him, then the final victory will be ours. If there are 20 points in the city-state to be protected and 10 units of protection, clearly an attacking force of 1 could destroy 10 of the 20 points without opposition. The 10 points that remain and are guarded by the 10 units of protection must now meet the attacker as a one-to-one basis. The term attack explicitly means first strike, and first strike translates into advantage. Total repression and genocide are not possible if we... And again, look, there's 20 points in the city to protect, right? 10 units of protection, right? They feel like there's a threat. They're going to call the other states, and there's going to be 50 units of protection. You know, it's like if you remember the brother Christopher Dorner, right? Christopher Dorner uh, uh, was organizing, mobilizing. He was doing his, guerrilla warfare, blah blah blah. Then 1,000 soldiers, manhunt around the freaking country, was organized for him. You know what I mean? Or matter of fact, not 1,000, maybe 10,000, right? 10,000 officers or overseers were organized to get this guy, and they ended up isolating him and burning him alive in a house. That's the reality. Like, you might be like, hey, look, it's just me against this police force. That's easy. I got the advantage. But then the police force calls in other police forces, and this is something that's normally done. So unless you can, unless your communication level is that good, which it isn't, and they're going against it anyway, right? Unless it's that good, there's no way you could actually do any of the stuff he's talking about. Because again, the 20 points in the city-state will just have, it won't just be 10 protectors. You'll have like 100 protectors. And because the other places might be weakened, but you're not organizing in the other places. You get what I'm saying? You're not organizing in the other places, so it doesn't even matter. And the National Guard, for what it is, they're not actually stationed anywhere. So they're actually available as long as you don't have some sort of mass strategy, which you don't. And it'd be very hard to pull off because of the fact that you don't have mass communications. Alright, so the 10 points that remain are unguarded by the tracking first, right? Total repression and genocide are not possible if we organize ourselves for survival first. If we first construct the commune, the sense of community, a common interest of class, the objective conditions are present. To postpone our liberation with the excuse that the people aren't ready is to underestimate them. In effect, it's like saying they don't have the mentality to act in their defense. The repeating shotgun is the deadliest weapon in the world for close-range urban fighting. They are simple to make, maintain, and use. Anyone can be effective with the scattergun. One simple point and squeezes the trigger. If the thing to be shot is moving, follow through which you swing. Tanks are obsolete. They can be rendered harmless with $1 worth of grenade propelled from the muzzle of a shotgun by a blank cartridge. Then, as a tank moves down any city street, it's placed itself in a defile. On a cost-effective basis, the most destructive weapon is the gasoline bomb. Enough gasoline, soap shavings, and potassium chlorate could flip a tank over on its side, or thrown over from the window of our defiles. The gasoline bomb could incinerate the largest army. Alright, so we can only be repressed if we stop thinking and stop fighting. People who refuse to stop fighting can never be repressed. They either win or they die, which is more attractive than losing and dying. The primacy of politics remains, but we must now prepare for armed confrontation. By no stretch of the imagination can we hope to overthrow so determined an enemy without force. We will win, George. And then, of course, he's killed. And that's that's part 1. That's the first freaking letter. You see how long that shit was? Alright, how long that was? So, I mean, anybody have any thoughts? You could share them, obviously. Obviously, I know I'm reading very few people. Omalone's here, though. He's from, you know where he's from. He says politics. Alright. Anyway. But yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. That's one letter. You could tell me what you think, right? But as it were, that's the butt of my eye. And I get the commentary. You kind of could see why I talk about socialism as I do, because it's like a lot of it's kind of mistaking your role and your position in this country. You were just excess. You are not really their guest. You're not really somebody that they care for or care about, and trying to compel them to doesn't make any sense. Trying to take over their country doesn't really make much sense either. But more power to you. Good luck for that. But thanks so much, everybody, for joining me. I'm hungry as F, so I'm gonna go, go get some food. But otherwise, thanks for joining me, and hopefully you guys check out the other programs on KDRazy Radio. You already know that Bitter Medicine Podcast is gonna have a podcast later today about curriculum building. And so that's something that I would like you to check out as well. I'm definitely going to be there. So thanks so much. And of course, Shami Hotep, Angu Jas, and then Neb, Amen Ma'at, Dua, Nature.